Yeah, what's up? What's up? What's up, Yuzuru? How you doing? The real question is, who's the first tree will die first? That is a good question. I guess it depends on the mats, because usually people prioritize which mats they want. We'll see. We'll see. What's up, Low Tide? You said earlier you can't believe people have taken off work for the raids. I mean, I don't know about like people in the West. I mean, obviously I'm streaming, so you know it is what it is. But I know Japan takes their gaming very seriously. Like they will take days off for like certain games like Monster Hunter and like Pokemon and stuff. So FGO, like, I mean, come on now. I'm not that surprised, really. Who will be the second Barbados in this raid? I know. Who's gonna be the first victim? I'm hoping, like I said in the last stream and like 2 streams ago, I hope the raids, they designed it to last a while. Because literally everybody and their mother is about to participate. So hopefully they had the foresight to be like, alright, we gotta make this last for a while. That way everyone could have a chance to participate. Because the last thing I want is the raids to only last like 30 minutes or an hour or something. I would like it to last at least a couple days, maybe even a week. As far as like my strategy, I mean, apparently Grands do extra damage or have like extra buffs. Same thing with your most bonded servant. So I'm probably just gonna bring like Musashi. I assume they're all like single target enemies. I don't think they're gonna be, there's gonna be like AoE raids. They usually don't do that. So probably Musashi, Ozzy, and Kiryu, those 3 will probably be like my main 3 for taking down the raids. And there's 7 of them. There's 7 trees, so I'm making the assumption that it's like the 7 main classes, which is alright by me. I mean, that makes it a lot easier for, I don't remember how the demon pillars were, if it was like that as well, but it's gonna be a little nasty. At least it's not that Ivan raid incident. That one lasted like 10 seconds, right? I forget what exactly happened because I don't think I even participated. I think I just woke up and it was already gone. So yeah, it'd be like that. That was during the Tunguska event, right? I think that raid, that did not last that long. And it's crazy that they always, or a lot of the times, they schedule these raids around Christmas time, because I think Tunguska was around Christmas. The original Solomon raids was around Christmas, and now this one's around Christmas. I'm like, yo, y'all can't be doing this because people are busy, bro. People are busy. It was a time error. Oh, so it went live and just died right away. Did they not? Again, I don't quite remember this. I mean, it's like somewhat recently, like 2 years ago. But what exactly happened? Did they give any quartz or anything like as compensation, or they just said fuck it? Oh man. Well, I'm thinking that's not gonna be the same case here. Hopefully not, because this is like the big chapter. The last thing they want to do is fumble it in any way. So plus like literally on their social media pages, they've been hyping up the raids like 2 more hours until the raid drops, 3 more hours until the raid drops, like every other hour. So it's like they're hyping it up, so it's gonna be lit. Also, if it's not obvious, and I do this with all my streams anyway, I usually don't go through the cutscenes because clearly I can't read them. I could probably interpret them and like just get it based off of context, but I'm definitely not gonna be showing any cutscenes here just because they made it very clear. Lizangle and Aniplex made it clear that they don't want any spoilers out there, otherwise it'll take down people's streams, take down people's posts, and that's not gonna stop everybody from posting and whatnot. But as far as me, I'm just not gonna show anything. I just don't want to, you know, get in their bad graces. You know, I don't want to ruin my relationship with the homies at Aniplex. You know, I don't want my stream to get taken down out of nowhere. The cafe in Japan took the day off because their employees were apparently preparing for the raid. Well, there you go. There you go. A lot of people are preparing. Again, Japan takes their gaming very, very seriously. I know when the recent Monster Hunter came out earlier this year, there were people taking a week off to play Monster Hunter Wilds. And I assume they did the same thing with Pokemon. They're obviously doing the same thing with FGO. All the big games over there, I'm not even surprised. I'm not even surprised. I want the reward for clearing the chapter would be another 1k quartz since it's a final chapter. I mean, that would be cool. The likelihood of them giving us another 1,000 like this soon, probably not gonna happen, I'm gonna be honest. But I mean, I could see them giving maybe 300 quartz, maybe even 500, but 1,000 is kind of wild. Because they just gave us 1,000. Plus they gave people like, what, almost 6 months to complete that mission, because it wasn't necessarily for anniversary. It was like a master mission where if you caught up with the story, you get 1,000 quartz. So a lot of people who weren't caught up had a lot of time to claim that 1,000. I don't think they're gonna give another 1,000. I would like that, but like, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe 300 at least, I think, is realistic. We'll see. It was originally to drop at reset, but it was programmed to start at 4 p.m. our time. So it's like 6 hours of live gameplay with just bots killing it. That's crazy. Damn. Well, again, hopefully this raid is not the same. Watch it just crash, like the raids just drop. Again, it's 19 more minutes until the raids drop. Watch it just crash the game. I wouldn't be surprised, because it looks like a lot of people are, you know, trying to get in on these raids, trying to participate, you know, because I mean, it's the last, you know, it's the end of the Cosmos and the Lostbelt arc. It's the end of part 2. 8 years pretty much of build up. If you really think about it, 10 years of build up if you count the fact that the singularities are pretty much linked and directly correlated with the Lostbelt arc. So it's like 10 years of build up to this moment. So a lot of people who've been playing for a while, especially me playing for like since year 1, you know, we're waiting for this. Did you data download? I actually didn't, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I probably should, but like, I'll be honest, I haven't done a data download in like a month or something, so it's probably like a couple gigs, and I'm not trying to do that right now. Plus, I think my phone is like running out of battery, because I have like 3 FGO counts here. I got the NA, I got 2 JPs, and then a bunch of other shit that's taking up a lot of space. So I don't want to fuck up, because if it's not obvious, I'm using my phone. I'm not using an emulator or my PC to play the game. I'm literally using my mobile device. So we'll see. I haven't had any big issues without data downloading as of recent, so hopefully it's not that bad. But again, this is the biggest story chapter up to date, so yeah. They literally advertised the final chapter some part of Japan, so I was expecting similar to that. Well, there you go. Imagine part 3 would be fighting archetypes. I mean, we have a lot of experience fighting some crazy shit. So like Ort, for example, we did fight archetype Earth, at least. So I know we didn't kill her obviously, but we did fight her in Ordeal Call 4. So we have some experience fighting, you know, type level enemies. I wouldn't be that surprised. I still want to see beast number 6, because I think beast number 6 is still, well, I mean, we got Draco, but like the other beast number 6. I want to see more beasts. I want to see more grand servants introduced directly into the story, because the grand duels were cool, and I said this like a couple of like a video or 2 ago. I like the idea of the grands being introduced in the story rather than just like randomly in the grand duels. Like, I know why they did the grand duels, right? But like, I would have preferred it if we actually saw them in story first, which we did with a couple of them. But then, you know, Grand Berserker came out, Grand Saber came out for the grand duels, and I know they're not meant to be taken canonically, but still, I would have liked it if they were to do the grand reveals in the story, like they did with Hassan, they did with Solomon, obviously, Super Orion, Romulus. Yeah, beast number 5. There's a couple of beasts that we still haven't seen. I personally think part 3 is Ritsuka being brought back to 2004 with his memories and bonds stuck with the conundrum personally. Yeah, again, I'm not gonna spoil too much, but apparently that's like the route we're heading, where once we resolve this conflict in part 2, apparently everything post 2004 essentially ceases to exist. There's like a hard reset for the timeline, and we go back to 2004, and I'm pretty sure Ritsuka would be like a kid at that point. I don't think he's even like a teenager. So I'm curious how that works. because Ritska went into Chaldea in 2015, 2016, like the same year FGO started, pretty much. So if we go back to 2004, he would be like, what? I mean, someone else do the math, because I'm horrible in math. He'd be like 5 years old or something. So it would be interesting. He has his memories, all this PTSD, and he's like a 5-year-old or whatever, how old he is. Definitely not old enough to experience all this, for sure. What phone do you use for FGO? I believe I use the Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra. It's like a 2-year-old phone at this point, but it's still pretty good. I mean, it's only 2 years old, plus it's a Samsung. It's going to be good no matter what. And it runs pretty well. Sometimes when I'm screen capping it on my PC, it does lag a little bit on the preview that you guys see, but on my phone, it runs pretty much perfectly. So yeah. The story and revelation has been absolute cinema so far. Genuinely mind-blowing stuff. Oh yeah. It's yeah, the lyrics of that opening, just looking back at it, matches really like crazy, like insane with what's currently going on. Yo, what's up, Lauren? How are you doing? By the way, Lauren, I said I was gonna do this. Wait, give me a second. Stick around, wait. Wait a second. Because I want to give you your proper respect, okay? Where is it? Okay, right here. There you go. Oh, okay. It kind of cuts off because you had a message, but Lauren donated $100 like a week and a half ago, and I just want to thank her personally, one-on-one, on live stream. I guess not one-on-one, there's other people here, but thank you for donating. You said it's an early birthday present. My birthday's at the 28th, so it was an early birthday present, so I appreciate that. The next stream I will try to join, which you did join this one at least. Hope to meet you someday at a con. If you're ever at the LA area, Anime Expo is usually like the only convention I go to every year. Even though it's like not that great nowadays, but like I still go every year because, you know, it's just part of tradition. Thanks for the content for real. My earliest memory is listening to your Lostbelt 2 stream when I just started FGO and had to drive 2 hours to a data center. God damn. I think I remember you mentioning that you used to play me like in the background. I don't know if you still do, but like you used to play me like on the way to work and stuff like that. So I appreciate that. I appreciate your continued support. Sick Nasty with the sauce. And again, I appreciate you for the donation. You're the realest one. It says here, Lauren, #1 fan. I don't know if like you designed that specifically because you're like my #1 fan or something, but I believe it. You know, I will give you that distinction. You're like, if you know, there's grand servants, you're probably like the grand fan. You're like the #1 homie in this chat. You feel me? But yeah, thank you very much. Hope to get your continued support moving forward as well. And that goes with everyone else, whether you donate or not. It's not required. It's certainly appreciated though. Really do. I actually need that $100, by the way, a week and a half ago. I'm not gonna go into detail, but shit went down. Shit went down and that helped a lot. But yeah, I joined FGO during Lostbelt 3 and I never experienced a Solomon raid. Now I can participate in another Solomon raid. Okay, yeah, the Solomon raids were interesting because again, I mentioned this before, but I just remember during the Christmas party during that year 2016, everyone was just having fun in the living room, you know, celebrating with the family, celebrating Christmas, the holidays and shit. I was in my room with my brother and like 2 friends just playing the raids. We were just no-lifing Fate Grand Order. So fast forward to today, we're gonna be pretty much doing the same thing, but this time I'm doing it not with my brother or with my friends. I'm doing it with you guys. Out of context, that sounds wrong, but that's not what I mean. It is what it is. Also, I met Albert when I went to Anime Frontier. Oh wow, nice. I met him a couple times. I saw him during the Fate Strange Fake premiere a couple weeks ago. He's a cool dude. He gets a lot of shit because you know, localization team and, you know, translations and people are very picky and stuff, but yeah, it is what it is. I thought players can't stream the raids or you just don't give a fuck. So I'm not gonna show any story related stuff. I'm like, I mean, there might be like scripted, like unskippable cutscenes. If there is, I'm just not gonna show it because I think they explicitly said they don't want people to show any spoilers, which I already don't do, but I'm gonna take the extra precautions not to show anything. Now, if the stream randomly crashes or disconnects, then just assume that Aniplex saw my stream and was like, yeah, we're gonna prune your stream like we pruned the Lostbelts. But I assume I'll be fine. Because in the past, they did this with another chapter, I forget which one, and I still streamed it. and I was okay. Now they might be more strict with this one because it's the final chapter, but I will just like not show anything once I play through the cutscenes, and if it literally says a cutscene's unskippable, I'll just not show it. What they should do to like really prevent people from streaming is like put copyrighted music in the background. Now all the music is copyrighted, but like put like an actual band's music as the background fights, and that will get everyone's stream taken down like easily. That's what I would do if I was if I was a dev. Crazy, it's been 10 years, not perfect journey, but it's enjoyable nevertheless. Yeah, when did you guys start? Because again, I'm a year 1 player. I assume there's some year 1 players in my, I mean, I know for a fact there's some year 1 players that watch me, but I know a lot of you guys started during the Lostbelt. Some of you guys started because of the Babylonian anime. Maybe some of you guys even started like a couple months ago, which sometimes I get comments of people like, yeah, I just joined the game, and I'm just like, interesting time to join the game. But yeah, year 1 player. Oh, nice. Welcome to the club. You know what I mean? Do a massive deforestation in this one. Yeah, no, we're whipping out our axes, our chainsaws. Call me Chainsaw Man because I'm about to cut all these trees down. Year 2 player. Okay, got some year 1s from NA. Yeah, I'm a year 1 on both, so pretty shit nasty. I'm curious to see the finale boss for part 2 of the story. Yeah, again, I won't be showing all of that just because I don't want to get in trouble. I think they gave us like 2 weeks before we could start posting about spoilery stuff. Now, again, there's gonna be some people, I'm sure, who are just like completely not gonna give a fuck, but I'm gonna try my best to like be spoily doily free, you know? Year 1, year 2 on NA, then switch JP year 4. Nice. Yeah, it's been quite the journey. It's been quite the journey, for sure. Whether you've been playing for 10 years or 5 years or whatever, it is what it is, you know. Everything has built up to this very moment, and we're about to beat some ass. We're about to beat some ass, for sure. I'm glad I started playing a JP just to up to date with everyone. I hate waiting for NA. 2 years is too much of a wait. Oh yeah, I mean, if it was like a year delay, I think that would be better. Obviously, some people want to have them both at the same time, but that was just never gonna happen. People were definitely coping a couple years ago when the NA team went to the anniversary, and people were thinking, "Oh, are they gonna announce a server merge?" I was like, "No shot, no shot." And you know, I was right, of course, but you know, people were still pissed. Dude, the amount of people just carefree spoiling shit on Twitter is just, yeah, no, there's, if Twitter or like, if you go to the FGO Reddit, not the Grand Order Reddit, but the FGO Reddit, there's a shit ton of spoilers there. So if you guys really care about spoilers, please do not go on social media. And if you already don't go on social media, then good for you. But otherwise, there's just so much shit out there. Even I can't avoid it, obviously. And I try my best not to look at FGO content for the most part. But I follow a lot of like artists and like people who post fan art, and it's just hard to avoid. Even then, people still posting stuff. But it is what it is. Truth be told, I was introduced on NA only. I never knew that there's a JP one, and realized only when someone posted on Facebook of a that's interesting. Wow. Yeah, because when I started FGO JP when it first came out, I didn't think they would ever give it an English game. I always dreamt about it. I was like, man, I wish I could read this shit. Otherwise, I gotta learn Japanese or look up translations. And then 2 years later, they released an English version. I'm just like, I was thinking about it, and I think about this all the time. It's like, would I have ever started JP if I knew ahead of time that an English game was going to come out? Because it's hard to juggle, like, and I know a lot of people juggle like 6 gacha games or something insane like that, but for me, it's, as somebody who's like not the biggest gacha game fan, I literally don't play anything else as far as mobile games are concerned. It's hard to juggle NA and JP, bro, especially since one is like 2 years behind, so you get used to all the updated powerful ass servants in JP, and then you gotta go to NA and you're just like, fuck. Now granted, NA is, you know, has all the premier supports as of right now, but still, when I'm playing JP and I'm like using my summer Tiamat, for example, and then I go to NA and I'm just like, fuck, I miss my summer Tiamat. I don't want to use it right now, but it is what it is. Yeah, Twitter doesn't have a, yeah, Twitter just, it's just crazy. I mean, I like Twitter, just because there is a lot of artists there that I follow. Like I said, the main people I follow there are artists, and I like to support them. I like to see what they're posting. Otherwise, yeah, Twitter could go like fuck itself because there's just a lot of other toxic shit over there. But I generally avoid that shit anyway. I'm just hoping that someday we get more FGO. I wish to. I wish we'd get a like 100+ episode series of the Lostbelts. Like if I had like $1 billion on me right now, I would literally invest like a good portion of that money, hire like the best studio possible, and make like the best Lostbelt anime, like starting from like Lostbelt 1 all the way to like where we are now. Hell, I would animate the whole fucking thing at that point, to be honest, but unfortunately, I mean, at some point I feel like they will probably do at least Lostbelt 6 with how popular it is, because that's what they did with Babylonia. Babylonia was so popular at the time. It was like voted by the fans to be like the #1 chapter from Grand Order that people wanted to see animated. So I feel like if they were to do another poll like that, Lostbelt 6 would easily win, just because again it's like critically acclaimed. Everyone considers it the best written chapter in Grand Order. So at least that one will get animated, but preferably I would want the whole thing to be animated, just because even though like the Lostbelts and Lostbelt 6 in particular, they're pretty standalone for the most part. Like you could understand the story without playing the other Lostbelts, but I feel like if you experience the whole thing, it just hits different, you know what I mean? Like you could read Lostbelt 6 and enjoy it and like it, but if you've been reading since Lostbelt 1, or if you've been reading since the Singularities, then it just hits different. My summer team will be Bond 15 soon. Oh, nice. Mine's, you know, I'm not trying to flex, but mine's been Bond 15 for like 3 months now, but welcome to the Bond 15 club. Imagine if UFO Table to animate. The thing about UFO Table is, like, their animation is great, but they do take their time with their works, which I appreciate. So I don't see them animating like 100+ anime episode series, just because they do take their time with it, which again I appreciate. But at that point I would probably pick another studio that's like, I'll probably go back to Cloverworks. I know some people don't like Cloverworks, but I think they did a phenomenal job with Babylonia, and I think if we just continue with that same art style, I think people would be okay with that. Because again, they did Babylonia really, really well back in 2019, 2020. So I think a Lostbelt arc, they could absolutely crush it. Yeah, Cloverworks is good. It's solid. It's just like, when people think about Fate, they automatically think, oh, UFO Table, and they want every single Fate to be UFO Table. The same thing is gonna happen, and it's already happening with Strange Fake. When I watched the premiere the other week, there were a couple of people that were like, man, I wish another studio did it. I wish UFO Table did it. I wish this studio did it. It's like, bro, like we got what we got, and it looks good. But obviously, if it was UFO Table, it would look crazy cinematic and with the special effects and everything. But I think there's perfectly fine studios out there that's not UFO Table that could tackle a Fate anime. Again, it's the curse of UFO Table. I think UFO Table helped put Fate on the map, but at the same time it also fucked every other Fate anime that's gonna come out post UFO Table, because everybody and their mother is gonna be like, oh, it's not UFO Table. If only UFO Table did this. I wish UFO Table animated this, but it's just not gonna happen at this point. It's been almost 10 years since our TV anime series from UFO Table, Unlimited Blade Works, and it's been what, 8-7 years since Heaven's Feel. Like at this point, guys, like UFO Table is not gonna animate another Fate. This is not gonna happen. Maybe Hollow Atarasia, maybe, but they're currently working on a Genshin anime, and they're working on the Mahotsukai no Yoru anime. Obviously also Demon Slayer. So like, what? We're not gonna get another Fate anime in the near future. Maybe when I'm like 50 years old, like 30 years from now, maybe, but no shot in the near future. By the way, 1 more minute until the raids begin. Again, I won't be showing any spoilery stuff because I'm not trying to get in trouble. So like, and please try to keep it spoiler free in the chat as well. If anything comes up in the cutscenes or in the raids or anything, let's try to keep it spoiler free, because I ain't trying to get in trouble with the homies at Aniplex, you feel? Yeah, they're not even done with emotes. That's what I'm saying. They're still working on it, and apparently it's gonna be a trilogy. They haven't released a new trailer in like 2 years. Like, they're not gonna animate another Fate. It's gonna take forever. Okay, I'm gonna go full face for this. Okay, the data down, I'm full facing right now, just in case they play some unskippable cutscene. Again, I cannot be showing any cutscenes or spoilers or anything. I'll just show the fights, and that's it. I won't be showing anything else that's might get me in trouble. Cause I ain't trying to get in trouble, you feel me? Anything that does not include the studio who One Punch fans, yeah, no. I mean, to be honest, like, this might be a hot take. The animation of One Punch Man Season 3, it's not bad. Like, hear me out, it's not bad. But from where we were with One Punch Man Season 1, and then where we are now 10 years ago, it's a night and day difference. So I understand why people think it's horrible. But it's passable. It's just not what we're used to with One Punch Man and what we're used to with action anime nowadays. Okay, so I'm playing through. I'm just making sure there's no. Let me just show you guys real quick. I just want to make sure there's no. Okay, there's no cutscenes attached. It looks like. I think it's a straight raid action. Okay, I think I'll do them each one by one, and then I'll pick the one I want to farm the most. Okay, 20. Is that 20 million HP? Is that it? Oh, oh shit. Okay, I don't. All right. Okay, let's just win. I don't know if there's any cutscenes attached. Okay, Masha, I wasn't planning on using you anyway. Okay, there are cutscenes. I'm not gonna be showing them. I'm not gonna be showing them. Sorry if you want to see the cutscenes. It's just not gonna happen. I'll just you know, I'll just narrate for you guys what I'm saying. Okay, so the first cutscene again. You guys can't see it. Oh, dude, Gilgamesh just killed all the trees. Oh, Enkidu's here too? Damn. Hard carrying. They're beating the shit out of Marisbury. Gilgamesh and Enkidu beating the shit out of Marisbury. That's exactly what it showed. Exactly what it showed. That was actually a pretty cool cutscene. It was like cinematic and everything. I think UFO Table animated it. Damn. Alright. Oh, okay, this is pretty cool. I don't think this is like I could show this. You could actually see like battles taking place in the thing. Okay, so let's go ahead and do the first raid. It is a berserker, so this should be one of the easier ones to farm. I assume they're all different classes. All 7, yeah, it was an insane cutscene. So I'm probably gonna bring probably Enkidu. Ooh. Alright, Enkidu, big damage single target. I'm gonna bring Ozzy for bond purposes. I gotta change the CE though, because they do be overlapping. I got it. This is kind of annoying now that I'm looking at it, but okay. So do that. Oh, we can't bring support, so I can't double Koyan. That's fine, I guess. That's cool. I guess the next best thing from double Koyan would be, obviously we're going to bring Oberon as well. I guess Merlin. I don't think I have you bond 15, do I? I do have you bond 15, never mind. Because I want to focus on bond farming as well. I know at this point in the game it's like, bro, like just do the raids, but it's like, yo, I'm trying to bond, you feel me? I guess, oh no, I'll bring Solomon. I'll be honest, I've only used him like a couple of times, so like I might as well start bonding with him. Plus his support skills are pretty good. Oberon's already bond 15, but I feel like I'll need him just because he's dummy with the sauce. And then we will, who am I trying to bond with as well? Castergill, I don't think I have you fully bonded. I might as well bring you Castergill. I wish they gave us infinite cost like they did the other night. Alright, let's just see how we do with this Shindig team. This weird team. We'll see if we're able to one-turn it. Enkidu is NP5. Grail to 120, fully appended. Black Grail fully upgraded and everything. So, unless there's some weird gimmicks, I should be able to one-shot this no problem. Or unless this guy just has a bajillion HP, then, you know, it'd be like that. Alright. Let's see how it goes. Okay. I don't know. Can I show this? I'm like scared. What can I show? What can I not? Okay. So this is the tree from Lostbelt 1. 5.3 HP. Okay. I think we could work with that. I'm pretty sure we could work with that. Let's see. I will be using Solomon's NP first because Solomon's NP does put Buster resistance down, which will obviously scale well with Enkidu's NP. We'll switch out to Oberon. Imagine if the raids are only up for 1 hour, then I will literally take a shit on the floor. If it's only available for 1 hour, I'll literally take a steaming, disgusting dump on the floor after having Taco Bell for a week straight. Oh, I just noticed he put a Vade on himself. Was that there in the beginning of the battle? Did I just waste an NP? I mean, I think Solomon's NP removes buffs. Okay, thank God I brought him. Okay, so I didn't notice he had a Vade at the beginning of the battle. I don't know if he applied that after I chose my attacks. But it's a good thing we brought Solomon because Solomon removes buffs. So Solomon low-key dummy. Okay, yeah, we just destroyed him. Yeah, he had 5 million HP. We just did 12 mil. So yeah, get wrecked. Get wrecked. We are gonna be farming this one then. We're gonna be farming this one. I mean, we're gonna do each of them one by one. I think I want to do each of them one by one just to see what they're all about. And just so I experience all of them, I want to make sure I get my licks in with all the trees, just because, again, I don't know how long these raids are gonna last. But it looks like we're barely doing a dent on them if you look at their HPs. I mean, it's only been like 6 minutes, but still. Okay, we're going to the second one. I can't show the cutscenes, so I'll just narrate to you guys the cutscenes I see, okay? So in the first cutscene with Orochi, Gilgamesh, and Enkidu were just hard carrying. They saved Kaldea. You know, there was also a rated R scene between Gilgamesh and Saber as well. Okay, so in this one, okay, it's showing Shuten. She seems to be seducing Ritsuko Fujimaru, and looks like there's a rated R scene. Wow, that's crazy. I didn't think they would put that. You could even hear Aoyuki in the background as well, too. I can't believe they got her to voice this cutscene. Okay, I obviously can't show that, but that's exactly what I just saw, guys. I mean, you guys will see it in 2 weeks once the ban on spoilers is out. But damn, that was a crazy cutscene. That was insane. That was wild. I can't believe they showed that. Okay, so we are fighting a rider. Again, I just saw Shuten doing her thing, so it makes sense that we're fighting a rider. Dare I say, we did 12 million against a Berserker. I'm pretty sure we're still gonna kill with Enkidu, even though we're not doing super effective damage, but I guess we'll see. We'll find out. Yeah, the MC Director's Cut. Exactly, bro. Exactly. Now, how exactly does the Shuten scene fit into the battle against the trees? You don't need to know. Again, I can't spoil stuff for you guys. The Sombrero Apocalypse. It's so crazy that this name is Sombrero. Because I think there's a galaxy called Sombrero, and I think all of the fantasy trees are named after galaxies. Oh my goodness. What? Okay, this, maybe I won't be able to one-shot this one because he gave guts. Which makes me think I gotta bring King Hassan or something. That makes me think I gotta bring King Hassan, but we'll see how we do. I don't think I'm one-shotting this time around just because of the guts and the damage res. Oh, the guts got removed. Oh, okay. The fuck? The hell's the point then? Alright. I guess? A VTuber is streaming and not skipping the cutscenes. I hope that VTuber isn't one of the big VTubers, otherwise they might get in trouble. So shout out to them. Hopefully they are not showing too much. Just doing that just to see if it takes out the damage res. Let's see. Let's see how we do. Let's see how we do. She's not skipping the cutscene and she has one. That's crazy. Which VTuber is that? Because rest in peace their stream. I mean, if it's like a Western VTuber, then they could probably get away with it. Because I think they're mainly targeting like JP, Japanese understanding, Japanese translating content creators. I don't think they're targeting everybody and their mother. Okay, we did not do as much damage as I thought we were gonna do. Okay, Enkidu. Ooh, okay. Alright, I don't think we could rely on Enkidu for this fight. So, this is gonna be the only fantasy tree we're gonna have to retreat from, because there's no shot I'm beating it with Enkidu being asleep and being my main damager. A JP VTuber seems to be an independent one. Okay. Well, I guess they could kind of get away with it. They won't get in trouble with their parent company or anything. Okay, I think I'll try to bring King Hassan. And just, I guess bring my own Koyan. which kind of sucks because I kind of want to rely on my own grands, on my own power, but sometimes you just gotta bite the bullet and just roll the punches. So we're gonna do that. I'm pretty sure King Hassan is gonna easily one-shot because Enkidu did like what 2 point something mil. King Hassan full combo Buster NP5 120 Black Grail should be doing dummy damage, but just to doubly make sure, I'm gonna give these CEs just to further buff up his Buster. What's up, Croc Dog? What have I missed? You missed the scene where, you missed some crazy shit. You missed the part where Gilgamesh and Enkidu just hard soloed one Tree of Emptiness by themselves, and then the next Tree of Emptiness, dude, Shuten not only makes out with us, but there's actually a rated R scene as well, like an adult scene. It was crazy. I obviously couldn't show it, but it's the first like triple X rated scene of Fate Grand Order history. It was insane. Totally not capping, by the way. 100% serious. Okay, let's just go all in, balls deep. Okay, we remove the guts, sick nasty with the sauce. So this is it. This doesn't feel real. I'm not crying. You're crying. Hey, the game is not ending. Let's not go too crazy. The game is not ending. Part 2 is ending. They already have stuff lined up for next year. But we'll see how long that lasts, to be honest. Okay, so I'm gonna use Solomon's NP just to put the Buster resistance down, or Bronze attack just because he had a command code that puts NP damage up to the party. Obviously that's gonna help not only Solomon but King Hassan. King Hassan should one shot because he got hella buffs, but if he doesn't, he's a bot. If he doesn't, he's a bot for sure. So far, I'm betting on Berserker 3 that will fall down first. The Berserker one's probably gonna fall down first, just because it's Berserker and you can bring anyone. 2.4 mil? Okay, maybe this is one of those that just cannot be one-shotted. King Hassan could not one-shot, really. Again, I hate to quit, but King Hassan's kind of asleep right now, so I can't. Okay, this one's definitely gonna be one of the harder ones to one-shot. Maybe the damage res is maybe that's the key to it. Maybe it's like doesn't protect against crits or something. I don't know. Yeah, what a fraud. King Hassan fraud low-key. Okay, I'll move on to the next one. We'll come back to that one. We'll come back to, so there's another cutscene. I can't show it to you guys for spoiler reasons, but again, I will happily narrate it to you guys. Okay, so the last one had our first triple X rated scene. Let's see what this cutscene has. Again, I can't show it to you guys. I'll just narrate. Yo, they put me in the game. Bro, I'm right there. Dude. That's crazy. Dude, I'm literally one-shotting the trees. Literally one-shotting. It's like me, I showed up with 10,000 command seals and Tiamat's my servant. That's wild. They actually put me in the game. That's crazy. Yo. What? Okay, I gotta skip that cutscene because obviously. What's up, Brandon? How are you doing? Bro, like literally, I literally came in with my dick swinging. Like my sprite actually had my penis swinging. That was crazy. I slapped the shit out of that Tree of Emptiness with my own girth. Like the Tree of Emptiness, girthy, respectable size. But I just absolutely like dominated. Okay, this one's a caster. This one should be straightforward. I mean, let's go bring our Ozymandias. Double coin Skya Ozymandias should be able to do this no problem. Is that me? Yeah, no. Okay, let's go do Black Grail, of course. Yeah, Brandon, you participating in these raids or like what's going on? I'm gonna give this to this. Now the last one we fought tanked a fully buffed King Hassan. King Hassan only did 2.4 mil. So there's no guarantee that Ozzy's about to one-shot this Tree of Emptiness. I'm always like trying, like, I always stop myself because I'm trying to say Demon Pillar, but I'm like, wait, these are not Demon Pillars. These are Trees of Emptiness. So, okay. So this one, last one is Sombrero. This one is Mayal. Alright. Mayal. Alright. This is the Lostbelt 3 one. Okay, some kind. I don't know what exactly it did, but it shouldn't be debilitating to my strat. It looks like. Oh, it did NP seal, but not on Ozzy. So Ozzy should be able to just one shot. It doesn't look like it has any other gimmicks. It has this going on, but it doesn't look like it's affecting class affinity. So we should be good to go. We're just gonna go all out and one shot this one, and then we'll move on to the next Tree of Emptiness. Is there a story during the raids? Yeah, there are cutscenes right before you get into the battle. I assume it's just like the Solomon chapter with the demon pillars, where it's just showing us confronting the demon pillar and then showing which servants it's helping in the battle. I don't think it's like any crazy stuff, but I still don't want to show it just because they made it clear not to show it. Did he kill? It didn't overkill. Okay, barely killed. 6 mil. I mean, I say barely, but still. Enkidu, I'm just surprised. Enkidu did 12 mil and like everyone else is like doing less, a lot less. Yeah, we got that. We got that. So we have the Berserker one on lockdown. We got the Caster one on lockdown. The Rider one looks to be the most tricky one, the trickiest one. Look at the HP. I think this might actually last for a while. Dare I say, knock on wood. Okay, another cutscene can be showing that. Okay, so the last cutscene, if you guys missed it, I can't show it, but I could narrate it. It had me in it. They put me into the game. I summoned Tiamat. Tiamat and I just tag teamed the shit out of the Tree of Emptiness. So let's go see what this one's all about as well. Let's see. Okay. No way. It's our first collab outside of Nasuverse? He just retired from wrestling. It's John Cena, bro. They got John... Hey, yo, he would be OP because they can't see him. Although if they get him in a chokehold, he'd probably quit. Okay, so that's crazy. I did not expect to see John Cena in Fate Grand Order. That's wild. He's probably our New Year servant now I think about it. That's crazy. John Cena, like, I wonder what class he is. Wonder what class he is. He would be pretty OP'd. He'd be pretty OP'd as a servant, I feel like. Okay, for fighting assassins, yeah, dude, John Cena in Fate Grand Order. Gender bent too? I forgot to mention it. He was gender bent, bro. That wasn't John Cena. That was Juanita Cena, bro. Yeah, brilliant writing. 1000, like, peak writing, peak fiction. Okay, so assassin... I don't have a single target. Okay, we'll try something. We'll try something. I'll try Shuten Caster, I guess. We'll try Shuten Caster. Yeah, John Cena, pseudo servant with John the Arc, so it's still John Cena. Bro, peak storytelling. I'll try Shuten. I think Shuten might do okay because she does extra damage against like what demonic and shit. Granted, these are Trees of Emptiness. They don't have the demonic trait, but we'll see how well she does. Yeah, he's an assassin, presence concealment. Exactly, bro. Exactly what I was thinking. I don't need a good assassin right now. I think my assassins are pretty stacked, but I'd roll for John Cena for sure. Type 1 if you'd roll for John Cena. Okay, Spiral Razor. This is the Lostbelt for Tree of Emptiness. This is the one that Arjuna Altar is associated with. Okay, what kind of weird gimmick are you gonna do for... Okay, you put attack and defense down. That's... For 5 turns, that's kind of a dick move. So, I'll play it smart. I won't try to one-turn you. I'll try to use my NP twice. We'll see if we're able to get rid of these debuffs, maybe. Otherwise, I think with a full combo... Yeah, I have a full combo. I think I'll save Oberon's buffs for later. Hope that Shuten gets at least 30% back with this full combo. Granted, I didn't get an arts card, so probably not. But maybe when the Tree of Emptiness attacks, I'll get enough NP refund back. Ooh, this is not doing a lot of damage at all. I like you, Shuten, but you are not doing a lot of damage at all. Ooh, 755,000. Okay, we do get our NP back. I don't think even with Black Girl we're killing. And we got more debuffs. Oh, Lord have mercy. Okay. Yeah, that's not happening. That's not happening, fam. Even with Oberon buffs, we are 1000% not one-shotting. So I'm not even gonna waste my time. I'm not even gonna bear shoot that in front of everybody. So we're gonna try somebody else. I don't know who, because again, earlier we relied on somebody else's King of Sun, and he wasn't able to one-shot the Demon Pillar, or it keeps trying to say Demon Pillar. One-shot the Tree of Emptiness. So let's see who we have in our arsenal. Okay, Shuten was just not it. As far as single targets go, I mean, you know what? I'm gonna try Tiamat. You know, I know she's not single target, but she's still dummy with the sauce. She's still mother. You know what I'm saying? She's still mother. I think we'll probably do it in like 2 NPs maybe. Plus, I do have her bond 15, and the higher your bond, the more damage you do. I think it caps at bond 10, but still, we'll see. I think I have faith in my grand Tiamat. Oh, dude, I don't have Okuni, Lauren. I don't have Okuni. I don't have Bazette too. Bazette, yeah, Bazette would be pretty good, I feel like. I don't have her. So if you have her, then, you know, knock yourself out. Okay. Let's see. And I think the good thing about Tiamat is we didn't get a full combo, which sucks donkey nipples. But the good thing about Tiamat is she removes debuffs with her NP. So this attack down and this defense down, and later the NP damage down should not matter. I'm just gonna try 1 NP right now. Just because we don't have a full combo, I don't want to overly commit. Unless I have a full combo, so we'll just do this 1 NP. This isn't gonna do a lot of damage. Probably maybe 1 million damage, around there, 1 million to maybe 1.5. Maybe I'm glazing her too much. Maybe like not even that. Maybe like 500k. Yeah, like that was like 500k, right? 700k. Okay, around the middle of what I was saying. Okay. I think we'll win over time. We're definitely not one-shotting this guy. If we had like an NP5 Ilya, Grand Ilya, I think this is definitely one-shottable for sure. Or like a Melt Lilith, for example. I think that's would work as well. Okay, let's go all in, balls deep. Mother's about to go in, balls deep. You know what I'm saying? Might as well do that, I guess. I will heal this Koyan because I don't want that Koyan to die. Full combo Tiamat. This should do slightly more than we did last time because we have more buffs now. So we did 700k last time. I'm thinking 900 to 1 mil, maybe 1.1 mil, maybe. Okay, no, like it's literally like 800, 900k. Yeah, 800k. Never mind. What about Okita Altar? Okita Altar, the normal Alter Ego one, probably not as much damage, to be honest. I think she has less damage than Tiamat overall, so probably not gonna do too hot. I'm gonna be honest with you. I wonder how thorough they're going to be with the raid content. Maybe we just dump it all in the Rumble or something. I mean, I've been like not showing the cutscene, so hopefully I'm doing a good job of not showing too much. Okay, so let's go ahead, go all in. I think should we just commit now? I don't know. I'll think about it. I think we have full buffs. You know what? I'm gonna see if Tiamat could go in because we were doing around 800k ish damage. Now we got more buffs. We're about to put a Buster Res down on the Tree of Emptiness. Okay, we'll see. We'll see. Okay, we just need to do around 2 million damage and we should be good. It seems they have a different weakness strength than normal. Check the purple diamond. I mean, I don't know. Tiamat's still doing extra damage still. But I'm sure there's other gimmicks. I just, you know, I can't read. I can't read. Okay. Okay, I think we did kill. Okay, 3 mil. Okay, good job, Tiamat. Obviously, it wasn't a min turn, but I was just trying to win. I was just trying to see if we could win. Okay, we gotta go back to that rider one because that rider one is gonna haunt me if I don't beat it. I want to at least beat all of them. There's one guy showing translated. Yeah, I'm sure there are a lot of guys showing translated cutscenes or just cutscenes in general. Somebody just said a VTuber, a pretty decently sized VTuber, is showing the cutscenes as well. Like, I'm not gonna do that because, you know, that I don't want to get in trouble. I don't have that kind of clout, bro. Okay, so another cutscene. If you guys saw the last cutscene, it showed John Cena. John Cena is confirmed our New Year servant. So we'll see what this cutscene's all about. We'll see. Oh shit. Okay, it's showing a silhouette right now. I think I recognize that silhouette. No, there's several of them actually. Is that who you guys can't see this? This is crazy. I don't even know if I could even say it. I don't even know if I could even say it. I think he's about to use Zawardo. He just used Zawardo. Oh my god, that's crazy. Is yo, if he comes out, bro, with his stand, that'd be OP'd. That would be OP'd. I'm not gonna say who it is, but maybe you guys got the context out of that. That was wild. I can't say too much because I think that's probably the craziest one so far. Like, John Cena was pretty crazy, but that was pretty wild. Okay, I'm not. I'll show it right now. I mean, I'll show. Okay. It's Archer. I think this one will be one of the easier ones. Obviously, I brought Enkidu earlier. Enkidu did like 12 mil damage on the Berserker, so this should be weak sauce like as fuck. So boom, and then yeah, this should be pretty weak sauce. Yo, imagine Jeremiah. That would be crazy. You know what? Ozzy would be a perfect counter to him too, because, you know, he's weak to the sun. And then Ozzy is like the embodiment of the sun. He could channel the sun. Hear me out. What if you shut the cutscenes upside down? I'm not gonna risk it. I like the way you think. Critical thinking, you know, problem solving. I appreciate it, but I ain't so... this is cute. This is cute. Look at crit buffs. NP damage up. Defensives? That's cute. Listen, I respect it, but you're not gonna have another turn, fam. That's just not gonna happen. Cause you're facing Enkidu, bro. And Enkidu is not only granted, but NP5'd, 120'd, has his cock swinging. And before you say, well, no, like Enkidu is androgynous, you know, they don't have a specific genitalia. If you know Enkidu's lore, you know that Enkidu could morph their body as they see fit. So if they wanted a 12-inch cock, they could have a 12-inch cock. Just saying. So he's about to shove it into this tree of emptiness. This is the Lostbelt 5-1, I think. I'm pretty sure. We got that Wodyme theme in the background as well. Okay, this one should do dummy disgusting damage. Unless the defense ups are a lot more substantial than I'm realizing. Oh no, that weak sauce. Oh, that's weak sauce. 11 million, easy. Come on, bro. Come on. Literally, the only one that gave us trouble was the Rider one. We gotta go back and like teach it a lesson. We gotta go back. Get that salty run back. We gotta get that salty run back. The Assassin one is supposedly strong to Archer but weak to Ruler. Really? I wonder why that is. That's weird. So next one's probably Saber. Either Saber or what class have we not seen? Lancer, I guess. Okay, I will obviously not show it, so let's see what this cutscene has in store for us. Okay. That's different. I think I kind of... Wait, let me see. I'm in a cutscene right now. Can't show it to you guys. Yo, I don't play other gacha games, but I'm pretty sure... I'm not gonna say anything. I'm pretty sure that's... Oh! Oh, you guys... Hey, I'm just saying, if you play... I'm just saying, you know... Alright, yay. Yo, I know Honkai just did a collab with Fate Stay Night a couple months ago. I'm not saying anything, I'm just, you know... I'm just saying, that's kind of crazy. I'm not gonna say too much, but... For my Honkai fans out there, you might want to whip your dick out real quick. And if you don't have a dick, then, you know... Look again, because you're gonna have a dick when you look down right now. Jesus. Okay. What is this? Okay, so it is a Saber. So, even though Gil is probably not gonna do dummy disgusting damage, You know, I still gotta bring the King of Heroes in the end of the day, bro. He's the King of Heroes. So I gotta bring him. Hoping he's gonna one shot, but he probably is not. Gonna be real with you guys. Probably is definitely not. Okay, let's see. Apparently, in at least one version of the myth or common retelling, Enkidu was apparently either always. Oh shit! I just burped. Fuck, sorry. Eternal, yeah, no. I mean, in the Fate lore, he just took the form of some kind of prostitute. Seifert Limelight. Okay, this is the Lostbelt 6 one, which is interesting because we've never seen this Tree of Emptiness. Because once we what? Just put Gil to sleep. We're really playing that game. So this is our first time seeing this Tree of Emptiness in its entirety. And Gil just went to sleep. Listen, Gil, I know you're like the king of jobbers, that's what people call you, but I can't have you sleeping on the job. I can't have you sleeping on the job. And I'm looking at this guy's buffs. He has Invincible Pierce and Evade, Ignore Evade, so and he's gonna have his NP next turn. That's kind of problematic, not gonna lie, kind of toxic, a little bit toxic. I might have to cancel you on Twitter or something, because that is definitely not something you should be doing in 2025, let alone into 2026. Okay, that's not good. I'm giving Gil all the buffs right now, just because everyone's about to get annihilated right now. So yeah, gonna have to sacrifice Caster Gil, unfortunately. I don't want to do that, but I'm gonna have to. I will do one last hurrah though, because all these servants are about to die anyway, so I might as well let them do something. Actually, I could put the NP gauge down with Coin Sky right now, so I didn't have to do all that. But I'll still do it. Yeah, this is the LB6 Tree of Emptiness. Again, this is our first time seeing its design, because once we got into LB6, it was already cut down. Spoiler alert. It was already gone because Morgan, before we got there, already destroyed it and absorbed its essence, essentially. Confirmed the Assassin one has class weak to Ruler, but class advantage to Archer. Interesting. So I gotta bring a Ruler to the Assassin one. Okay. Fair enough. Okay, so we could do it again. Although I'll probably just do full combo just so I think that'll do more damage than Coin Sky's MP. Yeah, I do have the option of using a Ruler, although I don't think I have a good single target Ruler. I'm gonna be real with you. Like, it would be great if I had Kenshin, for example, Kagetora, but I don't. Okay, now Gil comes out. He's still asleep. He's gonna be asleep for another 2 turns, which is dog water. This is a shit Tree of Emptiness. Literally put my bitches to sleep, which is not good. Oh, Estrella too? Yeah, that's, I could bring Estrella. I believe I have her in P5. Yeah, I guess I had more flexibility. I guess that's fair. I mean, if you're at this point in the game and you don't have options, then GG. Granted, I don't have options, so I guess it makes sense. Okay. Okay, Gil should be awake this turn. The problem is I don't know if Gil's one-shotting because he is AoE, and I'm willing to bet that these Tree of Emptiness are not weak to Enuma Elish. From a gameplay standpoint, from a lore standpoint, they'd probably get absolutely clobbered, but we'll see. Please, Gil, if you could do your thing. I will use Solomon's NP first because it does put Buster Res down, so that's gonna help with Gilgamesh's damage, and then I mean, I probably could have done a full combo with Gilgamesh, but I think I'm just gonna put all my eggs in one basket and hope his NP just destroys. Yeah, the Berserker one I assume is gonna be the first one to die, because it's the easiest one to farm. So far, I haven't had a single issue with that. Okay, let's see. Big dummy damage, please. 2.9? Maybe a crit, Gil? 900k. Okay, I think we're close enough to where I'll see the battle to the end, but I don't think we're winning. Leave it to Gil to job against the Tree of Emptiness that I bring him to. That's crazy. Okay, we'll try to use Oberon's NP. I don't think Oberon's doing that much. He's probably doing maybe like 150k at most. Because again, the higher the bond you have, the more damage you're gonna do. Yeah, that didn't even, I don't think that even did 150k. I think that did like 60 or 90. Yeah, 76k. Lord have mercy. What did you bring a servant mental debuff immune? What's a single target archer that does that? On the top of y'all head. Oh yeah, Gil's getting slapped. Okay, I'm not even gonna embarrass him and have him die. I like how he was asleep for most of the battle and then we deliberately put him to sleep with Oberon's third skill. Okay, let's it's been 30 minutes since the raids have dropped. Let's take a look at all the HPs so far. We're still doing pretty well. There's barely a dent on any of them. Obviously the Berserker one is taking the most damage. So we'll see. We'll see how this is. Where do we... Who should we bring? Tansei maybe to redirect the sleep. Is that how that works? Is that how that works? Yeah, I'm not sure if that's how that works. I'll be real. Actually... Wait up. Tiamat maybe might cook. I think I'll actually try Tiamat. As ridiculous as that sounds, I think I'll actually try Tiamat. Because Tiamat could put buff removal. Plus, we're probably not gonna one-shot with one NP. We probably got like just gotta win by crits anyway. So I think I'll bring double Tiamat. It only put Gil to sleep, so I assume it only puts the frontal party to sleep. That's a big assumption, I know, but I'm just gonna make that assumption. I'm just gonna hastily make that assumption and see if that's what it is. I will bring, just in case the Tiamats do go to sleep, I will bring Medea with a debuff immunity craft essence. That way to really make sure, like, I'll be fine. I guess I'll give Tiamat her Bonsi if I can find it at this point. Where is your Bonsi, Tiamat? It should be somewhere here. Maybe. I don't think I could find it. I know there's a filter for it, but God, okay, yeah, it's this one. I'll give you that, and then I guess Oberon could just get that, I suppose. So the plan here is Medea is not going to be going to sleep, and the chance the Tiamats go to sleep, I'll just heal off the sleep debuff with Medea's NP, switch Medea out for Gil, and just like over time do damage, because double Tiamat is going to give me a lot of crit stars, a lot of crit buffs, as well as debuff immune or debuff resistance. Wait, let me think about this, because the guy has Pierce as well. The dude has Pierce as well. Okay, we might have to change up our strategy a little bit. I think we will actually bring the other Medea. This looks ridiculous. I'll use her NP to remove the invincible Pierce. But now we don't have protection against the sleep if Tiamat goes to sleep. Which I think after 3 turns, I think it will be fine. I think it will be fine. I hope. I do have Sojiro. I do yeah, and then he could just kill himself, but then I don't know if he's one-shotting. I just don't think so. Okay. Okay, no one got put to sleep. He didn't give himself invincible pierce. Funny enough, so I'm gonna wait. Maybe he applies it later? Maybe this tree applies it after the fact? So I'll just wait till they apply it and then I'll remove it. Okay, that's not a good idea because Medea's about to die anyway. Okay, there goes my plan with Medea. Because even though Tiamat could protect the team, if the guy puts Pierce on himself, then we're just fucked. Okay, we're just gonna have to just go all in. Okay, so Gil's not asleep. It's fine. That's exactly what we want. We'll just go all in. Gil's not gonna do a lot of damage with his NP because Tiamat doesn't put any buster ups. But we should still be doing enough damage over time. Alright, see you later, low tide. I'll see you later. Have sweet dreams. Hopefully when you wake up the raids aren't over yet. Okay, so we're double stacking Tiamat. Maybe it would have been smarter to wait, just so we could save that protection, but are the effects randomly being applied? No sleep for some reason. A while ago, I got 5-turn NPC for no reason. Interesting. I don't know. Maybe it might be random. Maybe. Okay, 700k. That's not that bad, but obviously the main damage we're going to be dealing is from crits. Hopefully. Okay, we got a full combo with one of the Tiamat. That's good. So we could reapply her NP. Hopefully. No summer festival cutscene with Tiamat in Yukata. Do you have no heart? Oh wow, look how much damage we did. I didn't even realize. Yeah, Tiamat might be the way to go, not for necessarily min-turn, but just to take it down. I'm sure there are single target archers that could easily one-shot this. Maybe like Orion or Riley or something, but Chloe as well. There's a bunch of options, but Gale's obviously not a single target at all. So we're just gonna buff stack again. Can we full combo with the Tiamat? Yeah, we can. This might actually kill this full combo because now we got triple Tiamat buffs. It should do dummy, disgusting, low-key, crime on some crime level shit damage right now. I have Ashwatthama, but he's only like NP1 or NP2. He does no shot. Plus, you do more damage the higher bond you have. I'm pretty sure I don't have him even like bond 7. So, I don't really have hope for him as far as my account is. I'm sure if somebody has him at NP5, at Grail to 100, bond 10, he's probably gonna do dummy damage. But again, I don't have him on that level. So, okay, we still got it. Just to make sure, I will use Namu Marinato again. So, just to really make sure. Okay. So this one was a little bit tricky, but it is what it is. I just want to beat every tree of emptiness once, and then I'll pick probably the berserker one to farm like everyone else. I just want to make sure I defeat all of them at least once, you know. Yeah, if you're using a grand, they do more damage as well. So even if I had Ashwatthama at NP5 and bond 10. He's not granted, so his damage won't be as high as any of my other granted servants. And I guess the last Tree of Emptiness is the Lancer one. Okay, again, I gotta full face it because I cannot be showing any of the cutscenes. I will be narrating it to you guys, just so you guys see what's up. Alright. Let's see. Let's see what it's all about. All the cutscenes have been pretty fire so far. We got the John Cena gender bent servant. We got Gil and Enkidu going in on... Oh my god, speaking of Gil. Hey, yo. Speaking of... Dude. I want to say this so bad. Let's just say that we could call Gilgamesh our waifu right now, because... Holy shit. I want to go crazy right now, but everyone in my house is asleep. I can't be screaming right now, dude. If we eventually get this... I'm actually like getting lightheaded. This is crazy what I'm looking at. I'm sorry you guys can't see it, but holy fuck. I'm actually speechless. This is when she debuts. This is when she debuts. Bro, I'm sorry you guys can't see it. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry you guys can't see it. I can't show it. I can't show it. I can't show it. Oh fuck. Okay. I got 3,000 cores, so I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. If they release her for New Year's, bro, I'm good. Okay, it is a Lancer. So that looks like a job for Musashi. I mean, Musashi's gonna be pretty crazy for this because Musashi does remove buffs. Or does pierce, I should say. And if this guy spams evade or invincible, then we will be good to go. I can't bring you Gil because overlapping of CEs, so I will bring who was I bonding with before? Kid Gil bonded with? Okay, he's not really that close. Ibuki, not really that close. I guess Solomon, I'll just bring Solomon again. And I guess this craft essence, I suppose. Let's see how much damage Musashi does. Should be good damage. Should be really good damage. Can you filter by sabers? Wait, why? How exactly does Grand 3 CE work? Does it overlap with cost? I think it does. I think it overlaps with cost. I could be wrong, actually. I don't know. Don't quote me on that. I never really paid attention. I'm gonna be real. Quasar Genesis. This is the tree that Ort ate in Lostbelt 7. We never seen this one as well because just like the Lostbelt 6 Tree of Emptiness, right when we got to the Lostbelt, it was already gone. So this is our first time seeing this one. And Lostbelt 6 and Lostbelt 7 had some crazy looking Trees of Emptiness. Okay, it does have NP right away, so I think we're just gonna go all out. I think we're just gonna go all out. Actually, you know, we'll wait till next one. We have protection, so I just want to make sure, because again, King Hasan earlier only did like 2.4 mil, so I don't want to overcommit, and then Musashi only does like 2 mil as well. Okay, so without Oberon buffs, Musashi is doing how much? 2 million? Okay, I think maybe with Oberon buffs, she probably would have barely killed, especially with the full combo. Now you think about it, with the full combo buster, definitely was gonna kill. 1000%. Looks like a molt. Yeah, it looks like strangely disgusting. Okay. Alright, this one's definitely one of the easier ones too then. If I use Oberon's buffs, I for sure would have killed. I don't think we need Oberon's buffs at this point. I think we got it. We might even kill with just cards. Nice. Okay, we did kill with cards, so... Alright, the only one we haven't beaten was the Rider one. So we're gonna try to beat that one. Because I ain't trying to like let it get away with that. We are not gonna let it get away with that. I might just play the slow game and maybe bring like... because my Grand Assassin is Shuten. So I might have to do what I did with the Saber one. Do like double Tiamat for protection and for crits. And Shuten. Just to over time do damage rather than just try to one-shot it. Looks like Ort slurped its insides out and left a husk. Yeah, that is what it looks like, yeah. Slurpy, okay, let's see. Homie slurped it like a milkshake, to be honest. Okay, so we do that. I guess that's fine. Double Tiamat Shuten, just an Aoyuki team. Going all out, going all in. I think we're good. I don't remember what was the gimmick of this one. He had damage res and guts, but the guts gets removed when you use buffs. Otherwise, he just has damage res. So we're just gonna do this. Again, my Shuten's my Grand, and she's over bond 10, so she's gonna do good damage, even as an AoE, but obviously not designed for one-shotting. Okay, so double Tiamat. There you go. All right, let's just use our NP. Can we charm this thing? No, we can't. Okay. Or maybe it just failed. I'm not sure. Okay, for some reason the guts isn't getting removed. Earlier it got removed when I was using a bunch of buffs, but for some reason, not this time around. Okay, so with my Shuten, which Shuten's not really known for damage, with double Tiamat buffs, her NP should be doing maybe 500k, if even that. 500 to 1 mil, let's just say that. I don't think she's gonna be doing like 3 mil or anything crazy like that. I would be actually surprised if she does over 2 mil. But our main vehicle of damage will be our crit damage, not necessarily our NP. Can you show your servants real quick? Okay, we did 600k, so around what I just said we might do. Okay. So this is definitely gonna be a slower battle, but I'm just trying to win. I ain't trying to farm this one. I'm gonna farm the Berserker one like everyone else. Oh, the damage res gets removed after the first turn. Maybe like every 2 turns or something it gets removed. I don't know. Okay, so King San could probably one-shot this now, but obviously I didn't know that at the time. But we're getting along there. Okay, yeah, Shuten just did a shit ton of damage just then. And the beautiful thing about Shuten as well, or among a lot of things about her that's beautiful, we did inflict some defense down, so that's gonna obviously help with our overall damage. Might as well full combo Shuten NP, full combo Arts and Quick with double Tiamat buffs. This might even kill. This might actually kill. So 900k. Now we got 3 defense downs and a full combo with crits. This, yeah. Okay, barely didn't kill. Barely didn't kill. That's fine. Next turn we got it. Next turn we got it though, because now we got our NP back. We got our NP back with everyone. Yeah, no, this is again probably one-shottable after turn 1 with the King of San, but I don't have my own King of San, so it's not like I could double koi on him. Okay, this should be I mean, if this is not it, definitely next turn. Definitely next turn we got it. Then after this one, I think we're just gonna farm the Berserker one. Because that one was the easiest one. Just got one-shotted. I think the Archer one was pretty easy as well. Both of them I one-shotted with Enkidu, so I could really pick and choose which one I want to farm more than the other. I wish they would increase the bond cap, because I have so many servants at bond 15. It just feels kind of like a waste to bring them at this point, because I feel like I'm wasting a lot of bond. Okay, barely didn't kill. I mean, it might die to the poison maybe. Lived at 62. What? Probably gonna die to the poison though. Most likely gonna die to the poison. He did like 3 shoots and yeah, 47k with just poison alone. That's crazy. Alright, good job, Shutan. I knew you could do it. You know, the Grand Assassin King of San couldn't do it, but you were able to do it. But they give everyone else 25% bond. Yeah, I know, but I feel like it's much more cost effective to bring a team of just non-bond 15s. At least I think so, because I don't think 25% is enough. I wish it just divided the bond that they would have gotten and divided it equally across the rest of the party rather than a flat 25%, because I don't think... I mean, I don't know the math. Maybe 25% is a lot higher than I'm thinking, but I don't know. Okay. Pretty sure we beat all of them, right? We beat all of them at least once. Yeah, we beat all of them once. Okay, so the Berserker one, looking at the HP, I mean, the raids has been around for almost an hour. And even the most farmed one, the Berserker one, is still big chillin'. So dare I say, I mean, there is a small dent, as you could see, but if this is all the damage we did in an hour, I think this raid should last maybe 2-3 days from what it looks like. Because if it's only been an hour and this is the amount of damage we did against the Berserker, if you multiply that by 24 hours, maybe it's like right here somewhere. So I think these raids might be around for 2 to 3 days. I don't know if that's just like wishful thinking or coping, but that's what it looks like to me. I'm not sure though. It doesn't look like it's gonna be like an overnight and it's done when I wake up later in the morning. It looks like it's gonna last a while, which is good. That's exactly what I wanted. Ideally, I would have wanted it to last at least a week, but I maybe that's like wishing for too much. And who knows? Maybe after these raids are done, maybe there's like one more big raid afterwards. You never really know. All right, let's go back to bringing Enkidu. Dare I say, I don't even think I have to bring Oberon. I might bring somebody else in the back just for bond purposes. I genuinely don't think we have to bring Oberon. That might be like crazy. I might just regret my decision and then end up doing little damage. Okay, who should I bond with? Who do I feel like bonding with right now? I have so many bond 15s, but like not everyone is bond 15. Is Arkwid close? Actually, I know who's close. I know who's close. Kiara, you're close, right? Yeah, Kiara's relatively close. I think instead of Castigal, I'll just bring Ozzy because Ozzy's should be close-ish. Apparently I can't bring that CE, that's fine. I'll bring, I guess, yeah, this one for riders. Does this actually affect cost? Okay, no, it doesn't. Okay, I guess we could change this Bonsi to this one instead. Okay, so I guess I'm bonding with Solomon. I think, yeah, because Oberon was already bond 15, so I didn't want to bring him and waste my bond. Enkidu did 12 million earlier with Oberon. So without Oberon, I think Enkidu is still doing like 6 mil-ish, maybe 5 mil, which is enough to one-shot the Berserker. And I think I will plug suit into Solomon anyway, and then Solomon's gonna put a Buster Res down as well as other buffs as well. But I think I'll test it first with just Enkidu by himself. I think Enkidu by himself should be able to one-shot still, unless I'm like overestimating his abilities. And he has a full combo right now. He does have a attack down, which sucks, but I will just remove it with his third skill. That's no problem at all. I could have removed it with my Mysticode as well. So let's see with just double Koyan buffs, because obviously with plug suiting you're wasting more time. Let me just see with this. Even if I just remembered this bitch puts evade. I just remembered this bitch puts evade. Okay, wait. Oh wait, I was still able to pierce. Okay, 6 mil. I got scared because I was like, oh man, this motherfucker put evade. But now, okay, I'm just gonna bring Solomon for sure, because Solomon's gonna remove that evade anyway. And I just want to guarantee, like, because I don't know if it's like a chance of evade or something like that, but I'm not even gonna like, I'm not even gonna play around with that shit because I don't want to waste my AP or time or anything. So I will switch Solomon in just to remove it. Guaranteed remove it. Problem is that by the time this comes to NA, they'll have this down to science and we'll have dozens of reliable 3-turn comps for each node. Yeah, but I also think that there's a lot less NA players in total than JP players. And a lot less that are willing to stay up this late in the night, because it's probably going to come out around the same time as right now. Because for some reason they made NA to where like when events drop, it's usually around the same time when JP events drop. I don't know why they did it like that. So I even though like the team comps will be more, I guess, down to science, as you said, more established, more planned out, I don't think NA players as a whole have the, I guess to put in simple words, they have the dog in them to wake up early and like farm the raids as fast as JP. Because historically speaking, if we look at all the raid events in the past, JP is typically a lot faster than NA. I think so. The only exception was being Ivan the Terrible, which was glitched out anyway. There are a lot more of us who are willing to use FGA though. Yeah, I guess, but I don't think that closes the gap for how many JP players, because again, there's JP players literally calling out of work right now. There were people in chat telling me that there were JP players calling out of work, which I believe, just to play the raids. Like the amount of that just shows the amount of dedication the JP player base has. Whereas I feel like NA players are a lot more. I mean, just the fact they're using FGA just shows how lazy or like how much less time the NA players are willing to put. I don't think it's gonna end that fast. I think if anything, it's gonna last maybe twice as long. Yeah, but see, Ivan the Terrible was an anomaly because that shit was like glitched out. If I'm not mistaken. It wasn't supposed to like last that short of a time. But it did because oh wait, the evade was applied now. I could just remove it with Enkidu's like seconds ago. Okay, I'm good. I don't gotta switch to Solomon. That's fine. Less clicks, less time wasted. So probably gonna farm this guy for a little bit. Otherwise, yeah, that's pretty much all the trees of emptiness. There were like one or two of them that gave me a problem, but otherwise all of them are pretty easy to farm. Saw a post of a JP shop that closed because the employees were... Yeah, I know. Somebody mentioned that earlier in the chat. So, again, I don't think NA players have the dog in them. And that's not a knock on NA players. I'm literally an NA player. I'm just, you know, accepting of the fact that we're not as committed, which in some ways is good. In some ways is, like, I guess bad. But, like, you know, it is what it is. It depends on your... how you see it. You can turn FJ on with macro and forget about for a few hours. Farm 30 golden apples on Christmas 8 while Chris was shopping today. Again, but like, let's say there's like, I don't know, 20 million JP players right now playing the raids right now. I think if we, I don't know the exact math. Let's say there's 20 million JP players playing JP right now, playing through the raids without FGA, just like fully committing, just like balls deeping it. I would say once this comes out in NA, there's probably only going to be maybe 3 million players in total like playing the NA raids. And out of that 3 million, okay, let's just bump it up. 5 million. 5 million players. How many of those 5 million players are actually using FGA? I know you said NA players are more likely to use FGA, but I think a good amount isn't, because I'm not using it. I don't, and a lot of people in my chat in the past, when I asked them if they use FGA, a lot of them don't even know what the fuck that is. So, I'm willing to bet out of that 5 million, maybe only 500k. Not even a million. I think only 500k is using FGA. So, I don't think the amount of player base plus the amount of people willing to use FGA is even like comparable to the 20 million plus. I'm willing to say it's even more than 20 million JP players that are playing the raids right now. I'm willing to bet. Because it's not even just players. Like a lot of the artists, a lot of the voice actresses and actors I watch, or not watch, that I follow on social media, they were waiting for the raids as well. They're playing the raids as we speak too. I just think there's a bigger commitment in JP, and I don't think that's even a hot take. I think that's just a fact. I think there's a bigger commitment in JP than there is in NA. FGA or not. So if we assume it's the same amount of HP as it will come out in NA, then no shot. No shot. Plus FGA has been around for a while, and the recent raids over the past couple of years, I think there was even one of them, I forget which one. I think it was like last year or maybe a year and a half ago. And again, FGA has been around for a minute, where we kind of cut it close, where the raid looks like we weren't going to complete it in time, and I think the NA team used bots to complete it for us or something. I'm not sure. I don't quite remember, but I don't think the NA players are no shot. They're gonna beat it. Even if we assume everyone's using FGA, which I'm willing to bet only like 500k players are doing it, or something like that. I don't think it's enough to close that gap. So apparently the Berserker one has damage resistance to the 7 main classes, but weakness To Shielder and Beast Erishgal? Why the... Wait, why Beast Erishgal? Oh, okay, because Beast Erishgal, okay. Or Beast Affinity, I guess. I mean, I think Enkidu's doing fine, personally. Is he also weak to Enkidu? Because I'm doing quite well, doing quite swell, if I do say so myself. Are you talking about Lostbelt? I have no idea. I don't follow the Korean server clearly. I have no idea. I just think in general that the NA players are not nearly as committed. I mean, again, like I said, the fact that there are players willing to use FGA just kind of proves my point. And again, if you use FGA because you have real-life commitments and a job and responsibilities, and more power to you. But that alone already tells me that there's a lot less commitment to the game, which is fine. Again, that's totally fine. Well, that's what the pick diamond says. I guess you stack enough buffs, the extra def makes no... Yeah, no, Enkidu. Plus, Enkidu does extra damage against threat to humanity, so... I assume these big-ass things are threats to humanity, so yeah, Enkidu destroying. Actually, let me make sure. Let me go look at my Cs, make sure I'm not fucking it up. Because I want to make sure I'm maximizing the amount of bond I'm making. Or whatever. Yeah, barely even a dent still. I guess the Cs are fine. Actually, with you, I believe you have the animal trait, Kiara, so I'll... Actually, no, the C is fine. I guess these are okay Cs to put. Yeah, the 7 main classes. I guess that's okay. If I remove this, does that lower the cost? No, it doesn't, so might as well just keep it on. Okay, I guess I'll just keep rolling with this. How close are you to bond? Okay, 13k. Solomon, you're not even close. I might not even bring you at that point then. No offense. Ooh, okay, you're kind of close. You're actually kind of close. How about you, Ibuki? Not really that close. Shuten, you? Are you doing okay? You know what? Shuten's my favorite FGO exclusive or FGO original character. I should bond farm for her, because what's wrong with me? What's wrong with me at that point? I don't know what CE to bring. I guess this one. And then remove that. I don't think she has an animal trait now that I think about it, but that's okay. By the time Solomon hit Korea, the player base had dropped so low that they failed to beat the raids by the time limit. So on Reddit, people occasionally jokingly refer to Korean server as a Lostbelt, which is ironic because given the current revelations, I'm not going to spoil it. Okay. Let's see if we can... So I could probably change my mystic code as well. I don't really need this mystic code specifically to farm. Let's go. Yeah, I could probably change my mystic code to something else. So what do you guys want to talk about, since, you know, we can't talk about spoilers? How's the lotto events going? I know, Josiah, you mentioned that you use FGA to farm a little bit. Actually, I haven't been farming that hard. Gonna be real. I don't need to, so... I have a lot of mana prisms, I have a lot of QP. I definitely have a lot of EXP cards. All the materials I don't really need. So I'll probably farm enough to do maybe like 50... Maybe 50 boxes, but not nearly as much as a lot of people are doing, like hundreds, which is fine, but I don't need it personally. The main thing I kind of want really is the friend points, but just to prepare for next year, because next year Hakunon is coming out and I want to make sure I NP5 them. Probably gonna farm these till the end, then hop back to NA farm. Yeah, to lotto farm, yeah, because the event is lasting for another, what, 8 days, 9 days? So yeah, there's an ample amount of time to farm for sure. There are 40 boxes in total. I'm like... I want to say I'm close to 20. I'm like at 18 or something. I haven't claimed the boxes at all. I've just been farming the item and letting it stack up. So I haven't opened a single box, but I have like around 10k, 11k, so that's close to 20 boxes if my math checks out, because I think it's 6,000 for every 10 boxes. So I'm hoping to farm again enough to do 50 boxes at least. Just so I feel like I actually took advantage of the event, because I don't know when our next lotto event is next year. I mean, it's okay. There you go. We bond 12 Aussie. Nice. We get 30 quartz from you, my good sir. We are chugging along with the quartz farming. I'm close to 3,200, I think. 3,200 quartz. I only open first 10 just to unlock 100. That's smart. Yeah, that's smart. I should probably do that. Surgebach. Should probably do that. Okay, so who is our next servant to bond with? Yeah, and if you're not bond farming even at this point in NA, then I don't know what you're farming. Because I have so many servants that are close to like bond 11 and 12 and stuff in NA currently, and I'm saving their quartz for when Alice comes out next year. And I should, if my math checks out, I should be having, assuming I don't roll up until Alice comes out, I should have around 2,000 quartz by the time Alice comes out next year. And she's gonna be my main goal next year. I think next year I'm gonna be going for Alco, Alice for sure, Alice being my number one. Part of me kind of wants to go for the Count of Monte Cristo, like Edmond Dantes, because he's busted and I don't have him, and I really want him. But I guess we'll wait and see when the time comes. Okay, I'll bring the caster craft essence. Which one's that one again? Oh yeah, it's the one with Da Vinci. I thought Hakunon was welfare. Yeah, she is a welfare, but I'm going for her. She's in friend points. So in order to get her to NP5 and to get her append, you need to roll friend points. And she's like rare as fuck. Granted, they give her a rate up, so she's not nearly as rare if you wait for her rate ups. But I just want to make sure I have enough friend points, just because I saw a lot of people online who spent like 1.5 million friend points, 2 million friend points, sometimes 2.5 mil, and weren't able to NP5 her. So I just want to make sure I'm in a good place by the time we get there, because I'm not trying to spend a fortune. And I definitely don't want to hit 0 friend points and like not even have her NP5. So yeah, just future-proofing myself, making sure. Like that's like the main reason I'm farming lotto boxes right now, just to get the friend points really. Otherwise, I could care less about everything else. Like there's literally nothing in NA as far as ascension items are concerned that I need. Unless I'm trying to be a super completionist and perfectionist and trying to 10 every servant, which I'm not trying to do at all, so like that's doesn't really matter to me. I have every servant fully ascended. Their skills trained to a decent level. Not everyone's 10 or 9'd. The only 2 servants I don't have trained are my 2 Astolfos. My Astolfo Saber, which I still regret to this day for rolling in that banner, and Astolfo Rider. Those are literally the only 2 servants I don't have trained. And I'll never train them. They will never be touched. In JP, I did train them. Not gonna lie. But in NA, they are not getting touched at all. If I could trade them to an actual Astolfo fan, I would. And you might be thinking, why don't you just burn them at that point? Because they're not worth the rare prisms, bro. I want them to suffer. I want them to look around their fellow servants, their fellow peers, and I want them to feel worthless. That's what I want them to feel. I always need gold gems. That's true. Especially caster gold gems. Caster gold gems are very not rare, but like at least in JP, I need caster gems in JP, because a lot of servants need them, because a lot of casters a lot of good servants happen to be casters that we train, and even like extra class servants need caster gems a lot of the times. So I kind of feel that. I'm farming Lotto for QP, Mana Prisms, and friend points. Yeah, Mana Prism, I'm straight for a while. I got like 35,000 in NA right now. So I will be good for a good amount of time. I don't really need to go that hard. You know what? Even though it will take more time, I might put Shuten in the front so she gets more overall bond. I might do that. Just so she gets more bond. EXP, I'm thinking of using them to start level up Summer Melting to 120. Ooh, nice. Hopefully you have enough append skills. I assume you do if you're already thinking about level 120. Have you guys ever 120 the servant so far? I assume you have, especially for those of you guys who've been playing for a while. In NA, I only have Gilgamesh, Enkidu, and Tiamat 120. It's a huge investment, so like fuck that. But in JP, I have both Tiamats, all 3 Gilgameshes, Enkidu, and Kide 120. I don't think I have anyone else 120. I think it's just those, what, 5 or something? Cuckoo and, oh, Nobu, wow. 120, nice. Respect that. Some of Melison's NP6, nice. Congrats on that. Hopefully you didn't have to break bank. I'm pretty sure we talked about this before, but hopefully you didn't have to spend that much. And I guess even if you did, I guess it was worth it in the end. So I'm putting Shuten in the front, that way she gets more bond. Rather than her being in the back. For me, I have Gilgamesh 120 in both NA and JP, and Oberon 120 in NA. Wow. Got that Oberon fan out here. Respect it. If I had him NP5, you know, I'd be tempted to 120 because he's a great character. Okay, so part of me kind of wants to 120 like all my grands, but again, it's such a huge investment in the end of the day. I think the worst part of going to 120 is just the EXP farming. It's not even like the QP or the grails. I guess no, the worst thing is the append coins. The coins are the worst, the servant coins. But if you happen to have the servant coins, the worst thing is definitely the EXP cards. They just don't give enough, man. They don't give enough to make it a speedy process. Yep, we did. I'm so surprised I got MP6 Alcine very easily. How much quartz did you use? If you don't mind me asking, if you remember. Yeah, there you go. 10 mil damage with Shuten buffs. With how much they're giving us leading up to the grands in the final chapter, it wasn't so bad. Yeah, you know what? I guess besides Archer Tiamat, who I farmed like hours to get the EXP cards, I guess leading up to the grand duels and shit, I guess they gave enough EXP cards to where it doesn't feel that bad. But obviously when I first 120 in Gil and Enkidu and Tiamat, normal Tiamat, and Kide, you know, I had to do that shit manually, bro. I had to do that shit without relying on any campaigns or anything like that. So it's hell on earth. Currently getting decimated is Orochi. Yeah, this one, right? Wait, is this one Orochi? I think so. Orochi's the berserker one. Again, just by how much has already been dented on its HP, I'm thinking the raid should last about 2 days, because it's already been an hour and we like barely made a dent. So if this is the rate we're going at, I'm willing to bet we're probably not gonna see the end of the raid until maybe 2 days from now, maybe 3. Maybe the first, which is most likely Orochi, maybe the first tree of emptiness to fall, maybe within a day. I'm thinking. Made another stream. How's Saving the World going? It's going fine. It's just another big raid. There's 7 big battles, all different classes, so you can bring whatever you want, whichever one you're comfortable with farming. And we're just chugging along, you know, just farming, bond farming, pretty much. Just doing our thing. Thank you for stopping by, Emilio. I always appreciate you. You're one of the homie slices. You feel me? My Kentucky is putting in overtime right now, the most I've ever used him. Oh yeah, Kentucky's one of those servants who has one of the most simple skill sets, one of the most simple NPs, one of the shortest NPs as well, even post animation update, and his damage is cracked. So like if you have him NP5, I don't doubt that he's like one-shotting these Trees of Emptinesses. I wish I had him NP5. Because I said this in like my last Gacha video that I posted a couple days ago. But him, Gil, and John, those were like my 3 OGs back in the day. Like those were my only 5 stars I had year 1 of FGO. So those were the 3 I always brought. Even though there's like no synergy between the 3 of them. You know, back in the day, you just didn't give a fuck. You just brought, oh, this thing, or this servant is a 5-star. I'm gonna bring them. So, I mean, in a way, it worked because John, you know, helped protect the team. Kentucky was just, you know, obviously blitzing through everything, and then Gil was just there laughing. So it was like a perfect team in a lot of ways. But obviously nowadays, those 3 just would not work at all in a cohesive team. But yeah, no, Kentucky's cracked. I mean. Part of me wishes he would get another buff, but I kind of like the fact that he has such a simple skill set, but he's like so effective. I have him grand, but only NP2. He barely does enough. But see, that's crazy though. That's crazy. At NP2, he still does barely enough to win. Imagine him at NP5, 120. He'd be insane. Looking back to my video, it was below 600 chords for NP. That is crazy. And I know how that feels too, because to get Alice at NP5, it only took, what, 300 chords or something? When Kide first came out in JP, only took about around the same to NP6M. Same thing with Tiamat in JP. All of them in JP. And in NA, I've struggled a lot with them. Actually, no, in NA, Arquid, when she first came out, I'm pretty sure it only took like 300 chords to NP5 her as well. Like not that much. So that's like the best feeling in the world when you're able to like NP6 or NP5 a servant before hitting pity. Well before hitting pity as well. And I had like a long streak in JP where that was the case for me, but as of recently I haven't been that lucky. I just so happened to have a shit ton of quartz to the point like it looks lucky. But in the end of the day, I still use a shit ton of quartz. Like I think Summer Tiamat, I used quite a bit of quartz, but it was 100% worth it, just because I love her so much. Send Marisbury to the Shadow Realm. Oh yeah, we will teach him a lesson. For this PTSD he caused us, he caused Mashu, he caused Caldia, millions of players around the world. You know, he's definitely gonna pay, bro. Definitely gotta beat his ass. I hope, like, this is definitely not gonna happen because it would be so anticlimactic. But I hope there's a battle towards the end where we just fight him as an individual, not him combined with a servant, or not him combined with a Tree of Emptiness. No, just like legitimately him. And he has like 10 HP because he's like so feeble and weak, and we just beat the fuck out of him. Again, that's probably not gonna happen, but I would love that so much. Just to throw these hands. Just to throw these hands. I would love that. This year in NA is mind-blowing. 2 NP6 servants being Summer, Melusine, and Draco. That is crazy. And 2 very good servants as well. You know, Draco being an all-around good servant, and then Summer, Melusine being a very, very good Arch Looper. So, if you were to NP6 any servant this year, I mean, those were among the best, for sure. Gonna make bro eat this kick, bro. Yeah, I would literally bring Olga. That way Olga could get some licks in too. And then I'd be like, yo, Marisbury, I'm just saying, I fucked your daughter, and then I'd beat the shit out of him, you know what I'm saying? Like, your daughter calls me daddy now type shit. That'd be insane. Alright, let's keep going. I think I'll farm this one for another 30 minutes or so. And then I'll probably head off because, again, right now over where I live, it's like 2:30 a.m. I was planning to farm for a good minute just to get the feel of what teams I should bring and the feels of the gimmicks. And I think I have a pretty good idea of what to farm after this one. After the Berserker one, I'm probably just going to migrate over to the Archer one, since the Archer one is one-shottable using the same exact team. After that, maybe the Lancer one. The Lancer one was pretty easy. They were all pretty easy except for the Rider one. The Rider one was bullshit. The Assassin one, I just like a good single target caster, so I'm probably not gonna farm that one. But yeah, otherwise pretty easy stuff. That's right, bro. We bag your daughter and now bag these hands, boy. Yeah, and in a way, in a weird way, he's kind of Mashu's dad in a weird way, or father, or creator. I think creator is a better word for it. So in a weird, twisted way, we're banging both of his daughters. That's kind of a Chad move, man. That's kind of a Chad move. Because Marisbury obviously helped create Mashu. I think most people would probably consider Dr. Roman more so her dad, but at the end of the day, Marisbury helped create her. So I'd like to think that we're banging both of his daughters. Like, just have him tied up in the chair, bro. Just have him tied up in the chair, and he could just watch. He could watch us do that for 100 years, like what he basically inflicted on his daughter. I'm not gonna go into too much detail about that, but yeah. Sigma Master Grind said, for real. This is it, the ending. Yeah, no, we're getting there, man. This is it, the ending for at least part 2 of the game. Nah, see, the way I would phrase it, Surgeback, is that Marisbury is basically Mashu's father, but Dr. Roman is her daddy, if that makes sense, you know what I mean? Like Marisbury is the one that helped create her, so by definition is her father, but the one who raised her, the one who taught her, the one who guided her, mentored her was definitely Dr. Roman, which would make her, or make him, her daddy, you know? But now she calls me daddy, so it's like, it's a, you know. I guess you could have 3 dads, you know? It's 2025 going into 2026, you know? Let's not judge. Family dynamics. What's up, Ein? How you doing, bro? Are you doing the raids too, my good sir? Are you taking advantage of this final battle, or are you even caught up to get here? I assume you are. Hopefully you are. Since Varys loves to watch, we can put him on a cuck chair and make him look for those ones. Yeah, since he loves to watch so much, and since he obviously has a lot of time in his hands, you know, what's another 100 years to him? You know, what's another 100 years of him watching us, you know, do the deed with his daughter and Mashu, bro? Like, what is it? I'm mostly caught up. Okay, fair. Yeah, might want to take advantage of the raids. Remember back in the day, bro? Back in the day when 2016 Christmas, 2016 holidays, we were just playing these raids while everybody was celebrating Christmas. Those were the days. Because I was talking about it earlier. When the Solomon raids first came out, bro, in JP. This is what we were doing. While everyone was celebrating Christmas, doing like actual, you know, real life interaction, socializing and shit. While you, me, and my brother and like 2 other friends or something, we were just farming raids, bro. Yeah, those were the days, bro. And now, what, 9-10 years later, bro, we're pretty much doing the same thing. Which is crazy to think about. Oh, you're shiny hunting Latios? Nice. Nice. I wish you good luck. I assume you have your shiny charm already, so you should be good to go. Sick nasty. They're always having raids when I have to work, man. That's what I was saying earlier. Why do they gotta put the raids during the holiday season? Like, that's so diabolical. That's so diabolical. Solomon raids during Christmas. This raids during Christmas. Tunguska raids during Christmas. Like, yo. Like, don't y'all have any consideration, bro? Like, come on now. I like that the raid is a similar raid setup. Yeah, no. Same kind of thing, pretty much. The higher bond your servants are, the more damage you do. I still wish for raids that they would make it so there was one raid for AoEs and another raid for single targets, because I feel like AoEs get left out, especially since they have it so there's a gimmick where your grand servants have extra buffs and extra damage in these raids. If you granded an AoE, you're just kind of fucked. You're just kind of fucked for real. Granted, you could probably win with your AoEs though, but most of them won't be able to min turn, which sucks. I mean, I'm not mad that I gotta rely on Enkidu or like Musashi or whatever, because they're still some of my favorites, but the fact that Gil can't one-shot is that's a crime. That's a crime for me. Okay, let's go look at the HP. Let's see where everything's at, because I'm hoping these raids last for at least 2 to 3 days, maybe a little bit past Christmas. I'm hoping that way I could do some post-Christmas raids as well. Yeah, no, we're doing. Yeah, the Berserker one's getting clobbered. The one with the most HP is this one. I think this one's the Saber one. Yeah, because this one's bullshit. It put my Gilgamesh to sleep for 3 turns. So I could see this one being the most annoying one, just because it literally prevents you, or like it has a chance of preventing you from doing anything for 3 turns with one of your servants. So that one's gonna be very annoying to farm if somebody wants to farm that one. That one's gonna be so bad. I haven't even granted a Lancer. That's the only battle I can't get past. Indra just sweet. Yeah, Indra is a bit. I hate this Grand Duel so much. Like, anyone who's a fan of Indra, more power to you. I'm glad you love him. Easily the worst Grand Duel in all of the Grand Duels. Like, not even close. Gil was hype. Musashi was pretty cool to see her back. Heracles just made sense. Noah was expected, but you know, it was still cool. Azrael was easily the best one if we're just like really thinking about it. Solomon was cool too. I mean, him summoning a Grand Saber to fight us. Indra could just suck my nut, dude. Like, fuck him. Like, fuck the Indra Grand Lancer duel. And again, if you like Indra, great, but his duel sucks ass. It's so bad. I'm reading translation for these quests, and man, they give more perspective for FGOs. Yeah, I would show the cut earlier. I had to like full screen and not show the cutscenes because they're putting a ban on social media and a ban on videos and streams not to show the cutscenes for like spoiler reasons, which I can respect. So I would talk about it because I did read some of the translations, but like, yeah, I can't be doing that because I don't want to get banned. But otherwise, it's crazy stuff. I'm gonna be honest though, if they're going the route we're going, like we seem to be going, where everything, I'm not gonna go into detail, where everything kind of doesn't matter. I don't know if I'll like that, because after what, 8 years of this story, pretty much 10 years, if you include the singularities. I don't like endings where it feels like we just did all this for no reason. Once you break it down, I don't like that, but I guess you'll see how it's written. We'll see how it's written. Maybe low-key it's like fire, but I don't know if I like that. And I get it's like a bittersweet ending. Not everything is sunshine and rainbows, but I hope we don't go that route. I hope something happens to where we don't go down that route, if you know what I'm talking about. Farmed enough, I'm calling it here, but thankfully these raids are going to be here for a good day or two to take care of y'all. Alright, see you later, Ed boy. Thank you for hanging out. Don't forget to hit that like button on the way out, you know, to support your boy. And sweet dreams. Sweet dreams. Contender for worst raid, it would either be Indra or Noah. See, Noah is bad at first initially, but once you understand that all you have to do is use like Boudica if you don't have Rhaenys, or Rhaenys is NP, he's so easy. He's so easy. Literally, if you don't have Rhaenys, because if I remember, the gimmick is he has like a huge damage resistance or something like that, unless you put or unless you use like a debuff NP, which the only NPs that really do that, or like support NP, the only NPs that do that for riders is Rhaenys and Boudica. So if you don't have Rhaenys, literally everybody has Boudica. So just slap a kaleidoscope on her and ready your single target rider, and Noah is very easy to beat. He's very, very easy. Indra is just fucking horrible. If it goes the way I'm thinking, that's kind of poetic, but that's all I'll say. Yeah, I mean, I agree. It's just, I don't know, man. After 8 years, I want there to be at least like a happy ending for someone. I'm not gonna say like too much, but god damn. Because the singularities, we go through the singularities, you know, Mashu has her whole character development and does her big sacrifice in Solomon, has a second lease in life, and you know, Solomon or Dr. Roman's pretty much last wish was for Mashu to live a normal human life. But then everything happens with the Lostbelts not too long after. We go through all these Lostbelts, all this depression, all this bullshit. Like, I want at least a happy ending for her, you know what I mean? Because she's been through the ringer. And I feel like it would just like trivialize her whole journey with the singularities. It would trivialize Dr. Roman's wish for her. So I'm hoping some bullshit's gonna happen to where everyone lives happily ever after. But if they want to go the bittersweet, somewhat dark route, they could go that route. I just hope they don't. I just really hope they don't. Just for the sake of my mental my mental state. Best we will get a bittersweet ending, because when was the last time we really got a complete good ending in a Type Moon game? Yeah, I know some people were saying that, were like, well, if you look at Tsukihime's ending, at least the Arcwood ending in the remake, you know, that one's very bittersweet if you played that one. I believe someone brought out Hella Teresia. That one has apparently a bittersweet ending. So it's like very rare where like it's an ending where everyone lives happily ever after, up a hill, down a rainbow type shit. But after all we've been through, I think we kind of deserve something like that. I think we kind of deserve a little bit of a happy-ish ending, just a little bit. But you know, this is not what we're talking about. This is Type Moon. I get it. If the storytelling warrants a bittersweet ending, then by all means, cut my heart out and throw it on the floor and step on it, spit on it. Go ahead and do that. But if it was up to me, I would make it so we have a somewhat happy ending. It doesn't have to be completely happy. It could still be somewhat bittersweet. But again, the route I think they're going to, or the route that they're teasing, I'm just like, fuck. Please. No, dude, don't do it. Don't do it. The fun part of Type Moon, either we get pretty happy or normal ending or pure depression. See, what I'm thinking, bro, and I hate to bring Gil out into this, but I gotta bring Gil into this, and I'm not saying he's gonna be the one to do this, but if you played extra CCC, particularly Gil's ending, because I don't know how everyone else's ending goes, if I'm gonna be honest with you, but at the end of the extra CCC ending with Gilgamesh's route, Hakunon, the main protagonist of the extra series of extra CCC, is in the process of essentially getting deleted by the Moon Cell. Essentially, their existence is about to get deleted. Their whole journey essentially doesn't matter. You know, it's a very fucked up ending. But then, at the end, before the Moon Cell deletes Hakunon, Gil comes to the rescue, breaks her out of the Moon Cell, and then flies into, like, light years away into a galaxy far, far away to live a happy life with Hakunon. I'm not saying that's gonna happen with Grand Order's ending. I'm not saying Gil's about to break us out. I'm just saying, bro, if somebody, I don't care who the fuck it is, if it's Gil, Dantes, Abigail Williams, I don't give a fuck who it is. If somebody could just help us before that happens, or something like that happens, bro, like that, yeah. I'll be okay with that. I'll be okay with that. There's precedent for it, so it's happened. It's happened. I mean, I saw some people talking about like the sixth magic and stuff like that. Maybe we unlock it and it has something to do with us overturning everything that's happened again. I can't go into too much detail, but we'll see. We'll see. I need there to be like a pretty hype ending. And I brought this up in like one of my latest videos of like Abigail being like more important to the story. I think, unless they're saving her for a part 3 story, I'm willing to bet 2 cents, not too much money, because you know it's still unlikely in the end of the day. I'm willing to bet 2 cents that Abigail might come through. She might come through, because at the end of Salem, Abigail goes out into a journey to control her powers and to repress her powers, and then at the end of Ordeal Call 2, I believe Dantes explicitly says that he's leaving it up to Abby to take care of us. So why the fuck would they build that shit up, basically like tease it, if she's not gonna do something and like help us out? Because she has the power to do it if she controls her powers. So I'm hoping. Plus, Nasu said that he plans on doing a foreigner chapter, a foreigner ordeal call. Obviously, it's like too late for a foreigner ordeal call, but he said it's gonna surprise us. The foreigners are gonna get involved at some point in the main story, but it's gonna be a shock to all of us. So I'm hoping maybe Abigail comes in, the foreigners come in, wrecks shop, saves us from this ending that we are projected to go to, and you know, we live happily ever after in like a foreigner realm or something. I don't know. I'm just hoping something happens. I'm hoping Abigail like just appears, maybe slightly older, maybe like a teenager, maybe adult Abby. That'd be cool. Sick nasty with the sauce. Is it weird that Salem introduced the Eldritch Foreigners and I don't think more were utilizing them? No, not really. I mean, the closest we got was when the Van Gogh event. That's the closest we got to like a main story, like because that one's tied directly to the main story. That's the closest we ever got. Otherwise, it's never been brought up in like a Lostbelt, for example, or like in an ordeal call. But again, Nasu said he's saving the foreigners for a main chapter, main story thing later on, and it will surprise us. So if he's gonna whip that foreigner shit out at any point, I think now's the best time to do it, just because things look very hopeless, things look very dire, and if it's anything like any other Type Moon work in the past, when things look dire, when things look like it's not going in our favor, somebody or something is gonna come in clutch and pull us out of this situation. I mean, if we look back at the parallels with Solomon, that's literally what happens in Solomon. Like we're about to get our asses handed to us, and multiple times during Solomon, and then a bunch of servants show up, help us out, and then when they get defeated because Goetia unsummons them essentially, Mashu sacrifices herself. It looks hopeless. Fucking Dr. Roman shows up, freaking annihilates and negates Goetia essentially, and then gives us the opening for us to win. So something has to happen to where somebody comes in clutch. Arguably that already kind of happened with like Solomon, or I guess Lev, or however you want to call him, Pretender Lev. Pretender Solomon came in and clutched for us, but hey, there has to be at least two more big appearances. I think the argument could be made it's cliche. That's fine, but sometimes you got to do the obvious thing, or the cliche thing for the sake of the story. Well, again, we'll see. We will certainly see. So Cthulhu was going to save us. Not Cthulhu himself, but you know, Abigail and the foreigners, especially Abigail, if she learns to control her powers. Watch Dr. Gilman show up and decide to go up from his cuck chair of Arc 1. Hey man, listen. If he wants to come in and save us again, I'm not gonna complain. That's gonna be like the third or fourth time Gilgamesh has come in clutch for a protagonist. He came in clutch for Hakunon. If you read the Prisma Ilya series, he definitely came in clutch for Ilya there. So if he wants to come on clutch for Ritsuka again, hey man, it just kind of fits his character to come in clutch. King of Heroes, you feel me? I finally have a stable one turn for Berserker. The key was Sherlock with his debuffs and Pierce Invul. I can farm with my brain turned off now. There you go. Again, this was one of the easier ones. So once you get rid of that evade or circumvent that, it's pretty easy. I could see the Count of Monte Cristo being good in this event, or like not this event, but this node. I could see Taida being very good because he does buff removal, so she could remove the evade before damage. You know, there's a bunch of ways to go about this quest. But this is my way, just Unga Boonga, Buster, Enkidu. Don't even need Oberon. Don't even need Oberon at all. In fact, I'm willing to bet, let me try something. Because again, I'm trying to maximize my bond. I'm willing to bet I don't even need Koyanskaya. I'll probably bring somebody's Koyanskaya, but I'm willing to bet I could kind of get away with another servant. Let's see. Let's see if my theory is correct. I will bring someone else's Koyanskaya still, just to have at least one. Because we're doing around 10 mil damage, right? Instead of double Koyan, I could probably do Solomon or maybe even Nightingale. Because Solomon gives some pretty decent buffs, and then Nightingale obviously gives a 50% buster damage up, buster effectiveness. And I'm just doing it for the bond. I don't even have her like bond like 10 or anything, but I just want to maximize the amount of bond I'm gaining. Must be nice having Enkidu. Yeah, Enkidu is absolutely cracked. Absolutely. Again, especially since he does extra damage against threat to humanity, which, you know, is a lot of these endgame enemies. A lot of them are threats to humanity. Okay, we're gonna do this. We are gonna lose out on another Enkidu first skill because with double Koyan we're able to do that skill twice because of the skill cooldown, but that's okay. It's not the end of the world. Let's see if Enkidu is still able to one-shot. Earlier we were doing around 10 mil with double Koyan Shuten buffs. So I'm hoping with just Nightingale and Koyan Skya, we're gonna do around the same. 8 mil, okay, yeah, we're good. We don't need to bring double Koyan. We could just bring Nightingale for bond purposes. You know, I'm trying to maximize my bond. So right now we're getting 13,000 per, like, well, Shuten getting 13,000. Everyone else in the back gets around 8 to 10k depending on the servant. So that's not bad, not bad. Meanwhile, I'm still looking to own him. You don't have Enkidu? Yeah, thankfully Enkidu likes to spook me. He spooked me like twice while I was on the toilet. Spooked me over the years, so I guess he just really likes me, and you know what? I like him too, so it's like it just makes sense. It's all good. It's all good. Okay. Yeah, now we got full combo. We're definitely good on this. We're definitely good. Easy peasy lemon squeezies. Squeeze my titties. Since we summon Greek gods in LB5 tree, they better make them playable. Is that a spoiler, Moriarty? Because I was like, wait, what are you talking about? I'm not even gonna like. Okay, you know what? Don't confirm or deny that. Because if you're talking about something that happens in, is everyone okay? Can y'all see me now? Can y'all see me? Are we alive? The shit's fucked up, but I think we're okay. Let me fix the ratio. Yeah. So don't spoil shit. Let's just say that I genuinely don't know what just happened. But all right. Let's just pretend that didn't happen. All right. Let's just pretend that didn't. Like right when somebody spoiled something in chat or implied a spoiler, shit went down in the. Okay, next time somebody spoils something in chat, I'm just not gonna acknowledge it, because if I acknowledge it, then the YouTube gods don't like that. So is everything okay? Everything good? I guess the YouTube gods were just like, no. The Aniplex gods. I got pruned for a second, but like I said earlier, Gilgamesh saved me. My setup is all fucked up now, but that's okay. Hopefully everything still functions as it should. Let me just make sure everything is okay. Do I sound okay? I assume my mic sounds fine because you guys were responding to me. Nazi was watching. Yo, Nazi, if you're watching, can you release female Gil like right now? That'd be great. If you could do that for me. Just as he was saying, they're not allowed. Yeah, I know. Okay. I think we're okay though. Just don't say anything. Let's talk about flowers and rainbows and shit. Alive I am. Yes sir. Well, I think at some point though, I will be ending. Well, obviously at some point I will be ending the stream, but I will be ending the stream somewhat soon, just because again it's like almost 3 a.m. in the morning. I have a lot of stuff to do for the holidays, so I'll probably end up farming a lot more off camera, but otherwise I do have some last minute Christmas shopping later in the day. So if you guys have any last minute things you guys want to talk about that has nothing to do with spoilers, that would be great. I'd love for us a completely happy ending, but till now she shows it ending is a mystery. Yeah, no. I mean, I think because if we assume we're still gonna be playing as Ritsuko Fujimaru, assuming that Kalia is still relevant in part 3 of the story, which there will be most likely a part 3 of the story, the game is not ending yet. I assume it has to be a happy-ish ending to where everyone is still within contact, fighting amongst or with each other as a team, I assume, but I guess we'll see. I went out and bought a bunch of baby clothes and toys and stuff. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. I don't want to you know, impede on your future life, or I guess your current life as a family man, as a father. Do you plan on having your kid be like an iPad baby or something? Because there's so many babies out there, so many little kids out there with iPads, and I'm just like, I don't know if that's good for the kid or anything. You know, just give them like a. Because back in my day, I was playing with like fucking Transformers and shit, bro, like toy plushies. Now we have all these kids with tablets and Samsung Galaxies and Apple products, and I'm just like, yo, I don't know if that's good in the long term, to be honest. So yeah, I don't mean to, like, you know, intrude on your choices in the future, but honestly, no idea. I don't really have a plan. Not gonna lie. Okay, I mean, you got some time. You got some time to think about it. If you guys couldn't tell, you know, again, not to put his business out there, but he brought it up first. He's an expecting father, so congratulations to him, to the homie Ein in the chat. He's gonna be a father very soon. Hopefully not an iPad father, but like, you know, I can't, you know, I can't judge him. You know, that's his kid at the end of the day. Imagine if Yoko Taro wasn't. Oh wow, Bond 14. Okay. I was close. I knew that. I think I'm at 3,200 quartz now. I think we good. So if we don't become a savior class after this, I don't fucking know what it takes. Yeah, the savior class still hasn't been introduced into FGO. That's true. It's not good giving kids right away modern phone tablets. Yeah, at what age? Like, I mean, I assume most of us, if not all of us, are fathers. I know Brandon. I don't think he's in chat right now, but I know Brandon is my local father in the chat usually. But if you guys were to have kids, at what point, at what age are you willing to let them have a smartphone? Because there's no telling like how smartphones and tablets are going to look like in like 5-10 years, how crazy they're going to be, how much access it's going to give kids, because right now it already gives a lot of access to a lot of things. For me, I'd probably wait until they're like at maybe like late middle school into high school. So they would have to be like 12 to 13 years old. I think that's like a good time to give them a phone. Because at that point, they're probably going to be like, I mean, if they're normal kids, obviously. If they're normal kids, they go out and hang out with like friends at parties and, you know, shit like that, which, you know, that's a whole different ballgame, but still. Like, you need to give them something so they can communicate with you and, you know, text you and shit. So I'd say probably around that age, but, you know, I'm not a father, so who knows what the fuck I'm going to do. I'm probably just going to give them a tablet with child safety features on it. That way they don't have access to some of the more jacked up shit out there. So what's our bets for New Year Servant besides Galahad? Ooh, and besides the Super Arturia, the big armored man or woman, the fact that armored, like, I assume you're talking about that Silhouette Servant that they were supposed to release this year, but are delaying it. I don't think that's going to be the New Year Servant, since that was supposed to be a servant that was going to come out this year. That tells me that they already had something planned out for New Year's, but they're just pushing back that Silhouette Servant till later next year. So besides Galahad and Lord Logres or whatever, I honestly don't know, because there was a pattern for a little bit where they would do Foreignered and Sabered and Foreignered and Sabered and so on. But they broke that streak, I would say this year, because they released Yamato Takeru last year, a 5-star Saber. And then this year they released another 5-star Saber with Richard. So there's no real pattern to go off of this at this point. Again, the safe answer is Galahad, because there's a lot of signs pointing at that. But as far as like personally speaking, like what I would want, or what are other predictions I could think of, the thing is, and this is gonna be a boring answer to some of you schmucks, because some of you guys were like disappointed seeing Richard come out to advertise episode 1 of Strange Fake earlier this year. But you guys gotta remember, Strange Fake is coming back as a weekly TV anime series this coming January 3rd. So if it's not Galahad or somebody related to the story, which wouldn't make sense in my opinion, the next best thing would be another Strange Fake servant. And you might be like, well, who could they release at this point? We already have Gil, we already have Enkidu, we already have Richard. There's a character that, again, I went to the early screening. There's a character that's gonna show up at episode 4, so pretty early on into the series, that a lot of people have been waiting for a while, so I wouldn't be that surprised if, to advertise Strange Fake, to promote it, they will release this character. And I think some of you guys might know who it is. Let's just say his best class is apparently the Archer class, and his worst class is the Berserker class. So I think you guys could put 2 and 2 together on who that might be. And I think that would be pretty hype, but I don't think it's gonna happen. I think they're just gonna, because it would be kind of odd for us to have this big climactic decade-long ending to the story, and then the banner literally right after is somebody unrelated to the story. Granted, they did that with Musashi being released after the Singularity arc, but then Musashi would go on to be one of the most important characters, not only in Epic Remnant, but in the Lostbelt arc. So she was kind of a preview going into the next big storyline. So I guess they could do that with this one, where they release a brand new character, a brand new heroic spirit that we've never seen before, and maybe that character or that servant will be relevant going forward at some point. Because again, they did that with Musashi, and if you look at Anniversary as well, they did that with Castoria. So I think the safe bet though is Galahad, or that Grand Saber that was summoned with the Solomon fight. So if it's not either of those two, then it's gonna be a big surprise, I guess. It's gonna be a big ass surprise. I mean, when I asked my dad when I was 10 how kids just open the special websites, oh, okay, and told on the first video, this is what I did to your mother. Wait, what? Whoa, wait, I just saw that. I know this is a separate topic, or it was a topic we talked about earlier, with like phones and tablets with kids. Are you saying, if I'm reading your shit correctly, are you saying that your dad was not only okay with you having a tablet or a phone at 10 years of age, which is okay, that's his prerogative, but this is where you lose me, this is where you lost me, but he watched a XXX rated video with you, an adult video with you, and said, this is what I did to your mom? Is that what you're telling me, Rojas? Because that is crazy. Like, I hope you grew up to be an upstanding citizen of whatever country you live in. I hope you're okay, because I'm willing to bet most kids would be like affected heavily by that. But maybe you have a good head on your shoulders, in which case great. But Lord have mercy, your dad's a savage, to say the least. That's insane. I love either Francesca or Hippolyta. Those are my top most want. Yo, same. Hippolyta is insane in episode 5, I think. And of course, Francesca is just like a fun character altogether. Great design. So I love to see her. So cool, we finally get to see the LB6 and LB7 trees. Yeah, I know, it was crazy seeing them, because LB5, actually we didn't fight that one, but we did see that one. But LB6 and LB7, those were the 2 trees of emptiness that were basically already destroyed by the time we got there, or before we even got there, with Morgan absorbing the essence of the Lostbelt 6 tree, and or doing pretty much the same thing to the Lostbelt 7 tree. So it's cool finally seeing them. They have some crazy designs, but you know, fuck them. Still gonna destroy them. Why the fuck does the LB6 look like it's from 7? Yeah, I know, it has a very particular design. I feel like it would fit better in Lostbelt 7, and vice versa actually. I feel like the Lostbelt 7 one looks like it would fit better in Lostbelt 6, but yeah. Watch it be Bob the Builder? Why? Why would we get Bob the Builder as a servant? That would be insanity. At least gender bend him, at least make it lore accurate to Fate and the Nasuverse. At least gender bend him, give him a pair of titties, make him somewhat interesting. I think at most I would play videos like Baby Shark, but the baby wouldn't have their own device till way later. Okay, yeah, fair. Maybe like they could use it, but you're there like pretty much watching over what they're looking at and stuff. I get it. But that's a good way to go about it. See, the bad thing is if they get used to having a tablet or used to having a phone around, and if you take it away from them just because, like, you know, it's you maybe only give them like 30 minutes or an hour a day, and then once that hour or so is up, they start throwing a tantrum. Apparently, and this is what I learned in one of my classes, when kids throw a tantrum, the best thing to do apparently is just to ignore them, which might sound like, you know, common sense, like, oh yeah, of course. But you know, there's some parents out there that might beat their kids' ass, might put them at timeout. But apparently the best thing to do is like literally just ignore them. And let them expend their energy, and then it is, obviously that at a certain point you might have to intervene. If they start throwing shit around and, like, you know, attacking you, then yeah, obviously, like, you know, give them a swift uppercut or something. But okay, actually don't do that, because you're definitely gonna break their jaw or dislocate something. But you know, at some point, you know, there's a limit for sure. There's just a limit. Oh man, we're learning about parenting on my channel. That's crazy. Herc deserves to get also his saber class. One step at a time, you know. We know he has an archer class out there, so maybe start there and then work our way up. You know, work our way up. They're not going to release all of his different forms in one fell swoop. The next one we're definitely going to get is for sure an archer Heracles or Avenger, because again, if you're Red Strange Fake, then it is what it is. But yeah, Rojas, you're crazy for that, by the way. I'm still looking at that comment. How about Herc's Avenger? That's what I'm saying. I think that's probably his next class, if not Archer. One of the two, or maybe he has a skill where he transforms into one or the other. That'd be cool too. Because we definitely need more servants like that. Servants that are able to change their class affinity or their overall class in general. Because we have, like, what? We have Jekyll and Hyde. We have Kazura Drop, who's able to change to any class of whatever you're fighting. Who else changes their class? I think Semiramis doesn't change her class, but she makes it so she does damage against casters, or is she resistant to casters? I forget what she does, but she does something with her class affinity. So there's some servants that fuck around with their class affinity, but I feel like there needs to be a lot more servants like that, just to diversify and give more options. Typhon? I don't think Typhon does. I have her at Bond 15. I should know this by heart, but at the same time, it's also been a good minute since I've used her. So forgive me for forgetting. But does she do that? Typhon... No, I don't think Typhon does anything with class, no. Or passive like CL, where she hurts sabers, like if she was... Yeah, or stuff like that, because I think the first servant to do something like that was Kiara. Alter Ego Kiara is able to do extra damage against rulers. So when she fights rulers, it actually shows that she has advantage. It shows the icon, the red icon here, the weak icon, when she fights rulers. So there should be more servants like that. And again, I hate to toot Gilgamesh's horn, but I gotta do it. You know, he's known as the Servant Killer. That's like one of his original titles. He's supposed to have insane affinity against any servant or any class. really, ever. So they've never done this before. I don't think they gave a servant a buff that gives them a passive. It's usually a buff that affects their actual skills or their NP. But if they were to give a passive buff, give it to Gil. Have him do at least neutral damage to Lancers, at least. And I know he does extra damage against servants with Enuma Elish, but I mean, I feel like his normal attack should do extra damage too, in my opinion. Obviously, that's me glazing him. He's the king of heroes. He's my favorite servant of all time, favorite fictional character of all time. But, you know, I think from a lore standpoint, it would make sense as well. Wait, did I change? Do I still have Kiara in the back? Did I forget to switch her out? I hope I didn't. And I've just been wasting these raids, these raid bonds. I grew up okay, but you know, it was shocking, but now it seems like a big deal. Yeah, I would say anyone's father watching questionable content with their 10-year-old son. I didn't change her. Okay. Well, I just wasted a couple of bond. That's fine. I'll just farm extra, I guess. Yeah, but I would say in general that's probably not a good idea. Probably not the best thing to do. I'm glad you grew up okay, as you say. I hope you're completely fine. I mean, we all have our demons, right? But hopefully you got a good head on your shoulders. Okay, so who do I want to bound with? Ooh, Kentoki's pretty close. 600k. That's pretty good. I'll take that. I'll bring Kentoki along. Does Kentoki have the animal trait? I know that sounds weird, but I just want to make sure if he has the animal trait. I know on paper it doesn't make sense, but hear me out. No, he doesn't. Okay, so I shouldn't give him the animal CE. All right, I guess we're going in. So something like if his affinities work like Narrow Drugger. Yeah, I think that would just make sense. I think there should be a lot more buffs, passives, and stuff of that nature that makes sense from a lore standpoint. Because there's certain servants, like, for example, Emiya. Like, Archer Emiya, Red Archer, whatever. Like, normal Archer. One of his most iconic skills that he uses in the anime, both in Heaven's Feel and UBW, and I guess he must have used it in the visual novel, is Roaius. How come his evade skill isn't just Roaius? Why don't they just buff that skill? Instead of evade, it's like a 3 or 5 hit, however many it actually is, a 5-hit invincible, where he gets a custom animation where it's like Roaius in front of him. I think that would be sick. Because it makes sense from a lore standpoint. He has that. He has used it. He's pretty much synonymous with it at this point in the series. The fact he doesn't have that is kind of weird. So I think if they could implement more lore accurate skills, more lore accurate buffs, passives into not only future servants but current servants as well, I think that'd be cool. And yeah, obviously that's like a lot of servants at this point. There's definitely a handful of servants, if not most servants out there, that could use something like that, where they get like a lore accurate buff or skill or something. Roaius 12 evade be insane. Yeah, I mean, it sounds crazy, but I think that would make sense with him. The fact he doesn't have that is crazy. And when he uses his NP, Unlimited Blade Works, how come it doesn't keep the field as Unlimited Blade Works and maybe change the theme as Unlimited Blade Works, similar to what Arcuit does with her Marble Phantasm? How come Emiya doesn't do that with Unlimited Blade Works? And I guess by extension, how come Iskandar doesn't do that with his NP? Because that's what a reality marble is supposed to do, is like temporarily change the battlefield or the environment to their, you know, respective reality marble or whatever. I think that would be cool. And then like every turn, maybe with Unlimited Blade Works, a bunch of swords attack the enemies, like does like a fixed amount of damage, like 5k or 10k damage at the end of every turn for 3 turns. I think that would be cool. That'd be sick. Some servants not being lore accurate makes sense when thinking about the limitations of a servant body. No, that's true. That's true. But again, with certain stuff like, again, Archer Emiya with Ro Ayas. Like, that's already established that as an archer, he's able to utilize that. So how come in-game he's not able to utilize it? I guess within, like, the first couple of years, maybe they just didn't think about that, or maybe the limitations of, like, their coding or, like, technology at the time, maybe they can't implement that. But nowadays, for sure, they could implement something like that. Come on now, it's, like, simple as fuck, I would assume. Wait, why am I here? Why did I go here? I actually don't know why I went here. But I didn't think I've ever have anyone compete for my hatred of Zoken in terms of, by the way, if Zoken becomes a servant, bro, who's rolling? In terms of Type Moon characters, but after reading what Maris did, I want to. Yeah, I know. I mean, the thing about mages in Type Moon, most of them, not all of them, you know, there's some level-headed, good-natured, morally alright at best mages out there in Type Moon, but most of them are fucking assholes. That's something that we've known forever. Like, that shouldn't be news to us, but obviously Marisbury takes it to a whole different level. Whole different level. You know, Zogen's pretty bad. Tokiomi, people give him shit for giving away Sakura and whatnot, but comparatively speaking, he was like not that bad, comparatively speaking. Obviously, like 90% of the masters from like the Fate series, pretty jacked up. Most of them are just jacked. Most of them are. Yeah, exactly. They're like no different than like scientists. Like when we watch other series or play other games with like mad scientists that are willing to do any and everything for the sake of research, mages are pretty much the same thing in this universe, where fuck the morality of what I'm doing. If it means that I get to discover this thing or accomplish this goal that I've always had, then like I don't care what kind of moral boundaries I'm going past. Like that's what they're willing to do. If I remember correctly, Vlad can't be a Lancer unless he's in Romania. That would be interesting if they made the locations matter. Like imagine playing like Lostbelt 5, which took place in Atlantis and Olympus, and if you brought a Greek servant and Olympian servant, then they have like a passive buff throughout the chapter. I think that would be cool. Same thing with like, I mean, most maps are like Japanese based. Now that I think about it, like most events take place in Japan for some reason. So like, they're just like every Japanese servant would just have a permanent buff at that point. I think that would be cool. I don't know why I keep quitting the battle. I'm not sure why I'm doing that. But that'd be cool if like they made the locations actually matter to like the servants, give them buffs, give them special affinity or something. Not-so-verse mages are 99% are like Voldemort's Death Eaters. Yeah, in a way, I mean, the Death Eaters were fucking disgusting. At least the mages in Fate are a little bit more, you know, well kept. But the Death Eaters, you know, they didn't brush their teeth. They, you know, their nails were fucked up. They needed lotion. You know, you look at Voldemort, bro. Like, where's his nose? Where's his hair? Where's the lotion, bro? Like, his shit was just fucked up. At least, again, most of the mages, aside from like Zoken, for example, Zoken's like he could fit right in with like Voldemort, for example. But you know, most mages are pretty well kept, at least. That's like the one thing they have going for them. At least they look all right. You know, Tokiomi, you know, he was an attractive man. Marisbury, he's a beautiful man, but you know, inside them, just a black heart, just a really dark soul inside. Tokiomi truly thought he was giving Sakura a better life. Yeah, I know, bro. That's so fucked up. He's like, yeah, you'll have a better life, and then when you get older, you'll be able to compete against your sister, and it will be very beautiful, very poetic. You know, he had this whole grand plan laid out. Little did he know, bro. Little did he know. I mean, they did end up fighting, so end up competing. So in a way, he was right, but the route in which Sakura went down to acquire her powers, yeah, no, it's I don't think he would have guessed that. I remember reading like a whole ass thread online. I think it was on Reddit a couple years ago, like trying to defend Tokiomi, and like, you know, he didn't know that Sakura was gonna be thrown into a worm pit, and he probably didn't, but at the same time, he was pretty familiar with all the other families' like skill set and like their specialization, so he must have known that Zoken specialized in that kind of magecraft. So he's not an idiot. He probably had an idea that Sakura was gonna Maybe not to that extent, but was gonna go through some fucked shit. So yeah, it's just interesting. Interesting to think about, interesting to read. So glad the bare minimum I get to see our Yu senpai after so many years in the main story. Oh yeah, Yu Meirin. I feel like she needs to, like, she should have been way more important throughout the Lostbelts. The fact that post Lostbelt 3, really her only appearance for the past, what, 5-6 years since her debut, if not longer than that, was like in the summer event, or like in a random ass event here and there. I feel like as one of the former cryptors, you would think she would have like a way bigger, like they made Kadok one of our allies for a good minute. So I kind of wish they did the same thing with you, but I guess, you know, it would dilute the fact that Kadok becomes our ally. So maybe having 2 cryptors as our allies is just like, okay, that's like one too many. Whereas I think it just hits harder with Kadok, since he's like the underdog. He was the first cryptor we fought. Skill wise, he's like the weakest one out of the cryptors. So I guess it kind of makes sense. But at the same time, bro, there's a lot of storytelling they could do with her. Yeah, bro, with her connections and stuff should have been so important. I know, that's what I'm saying. She should have been more important, but they said, fuck you and your story. Your entire character is you wanting horsecock. Which, you know what? I guess it is what it is. Yo, if there was one cryptor, out of all the cryptors, if there was one cryptor you could bring back to life and be a permanent ally going forward, who would that cryptor be? No one's picking Beryl. Let's just knock him out of there. No one's picking him. No shot. Obviously, Wodime would be insanely powerful. Well, actually, no, wait. One of the... I don't want to spoil it, but one of the cryptors is technically, like... I'm not gonna go there, but, like... Alright, 6 cryptors. There's one that's still out there, essentially. But, yeah, Ophelia would be cool. I mean, Ophelia was, like, the first one to, like... I guess turn face. The first one to... basically turn to the good side, but obviously a little bit too late. A little bit too late on Fort. Yeah, Pepe would be like, yeah, no. I mean, he hard carried not only Lostbelt 4, but when he came back in Lostbelt 6, homie hard carried, bro. Actually hard carried. Because if I'm not mistaken, Pepe, Wodime, and David were considered the strongest cryptors. I think David and Wodime were considered equals, but then Pepe was like, you know, he's right there. He's right there. But obviously, Wodime just has insane, like, just talent. And then David, it just has insane hacks. If I remember correctly, the way they were described in the story is Wodime is able to do anything that's possible, whereas David is able to do the impossible. So in other words, within the realm of possibility, Wodime is able to do, like, easily. Just like has that innate talent. Whereas David, on the other hand, while not as skilled in Magecraft as Wodime, he's just able to do things that it's like, wait, that's possible? Okay. I mean, when we fought him in, or I guess when we fought Tez and his Shadow Servants in Lostbelt 7, like, we saw that firsthand, like, whoa, oh shit. This guy is able to do things like summon a Grand Servant, summon these foreigners, like, those are things that on paper should be impossible to normal mages, but he just did it like willy-nilly, bro. Is that how you pronounce Wodime? I have no fucking clue. I have no clue. I mean, his first name is Kirstaria. I think that's how they pronounce it in the NA localization team. That's how the NA team pronounces it, but Wodime is just so much easier to say than yeah. I thought it's Wodime. It might be. I have no idea. I mean, they all have jacked up names. Like, literally, I mean, Kadok is pretty normal. Ophelia is pretty normal. Yu Meirin, I guess, is pretty normal. But once you get past that, it gets fucked. You got Pepperoncino Scandinavia. Like, what the fuck is that name? I know that's not his real name, but still. David Semvoid. Beryl Gut. Kirstaria Wodime. Like, what are these names? What are these names? Like, actually. So, hey, whatever, however you guys pronounce it, it is what it is. It's probably, whatever the correct pronunciation is. I went my entire life saying Wodime, so it's all good. Aren't those just code names? I think Pepperoncino is like a name that he adopted. Obviously Yume Rin went as Akuta Hinako, I think that was her alias. But I think everyone else had like actual, like that was their actual names. I could be wrong. I used to think David was a mistranslation for David. I mean, it might still be, but no, I think it's just straight up David Semvoid. It's not even his first name. Like, David sounds funny because it just sounds like David, but like with a weird pronunciation. But his middle name and last name, Semvoid. Like, what the fuck? That sounds like a name you would give to like a original character when you were like 10 years old, when you're going through like your edgy emo phase. Like, yeah, I'll create this character in this game. What should I name him? I'm gonna name him Semvoid. Yeah, that sounds badass. That's what it sounds like to me. Now everything else just sounds jacked. Like Kerstario Wodime. Like, what the fuck is that? Or Wodime. I don't know. Maybe I'm just used to saying Wodime. Wodime just, it don't sound good. It don't sound as good. They did explain David's name in LB7, right? I honestly don't remember. I'll be honest, I actually don't remember. It was like a very, I feel like his backstory was not rushed, but like I feel like there's a lot to unpack there, because isn't his backstory like he was with his dad and his dad was fucking with this artifact, this angel artifact that they found, and then the artifact vaporized his father, vaporized him as well, vaporized David, but then it also reconstructed him, and while he appeared normal to everybody else, he could tell that there was something wrong with him and that there was something innate inside of him that no one else could see. And I'm just like, wait, like, are we never gonna get another like lore drop with this? Like, because that's so random. Like, what the fuck is this angel artifact? Where did it come from? What exactly happened to his dad? Is his dad actually dead? Is he still out there somewhere, maybe in a different dimension? Like, what is actually going on here? But they just kind of threw all that shit at us without explaining shit, I feel like. So maybe they're saving that for part 3. Maybe part 3, because I know a lot of people were having theories that maybe part 3 is going to be heavily focused around angels, because they did introduce the concept of angels, not only with the angel artifact that David and his father fucked around with, but angels with, of course, Ordeal Call 4, and then with the introduction of Azrael with the Grand Duel. That's another angel, a fallen angel. So that'd be cool thing to tackle for part 3, because I mean the first arc was about, you know, the demon kings, the demon pillars, which are also biblical in nature, and then part 2 is about whatever the fuck these trees are, and then maybe part 3 is about angels, fallen angels. Maybe we'll get more of them, maybe like Lucifer or something. I don't know. I think that would be pretty cool to tackle for Fate, the more biblical, angelic sort of lore. That's something that they've dabbled in the past, for sure. Like, there's a lot of biblical characters and servants, but they never really go deep into like the whole angel and divine and like the stuff like that. I think that would be a cool thing to go to. He also has special eyes, I think. I actually don't remember. He might. Like I don't know if it's like mystic eyes, if it's classified as mystic eyes, but I'm sure he has something special going on. Let's go SFT around if I go. Okay, we're definitely not fighting God himself. That would be something else if we fight the actual Abrahamic biblical God. I think we would probably get clapped, because you got to think about it. We never see the actual like Abrahamic biblical God, but there's a lot of his influences throughout Fate. Like, if we look at Solomon, literally the Grandcaster, and how powerful he is. He was blessed by God. Same thing with John. And I think the Ark of the Covenant was in Okeanos, right? And it was able to one-shot Heracles, even though Heracles had multiple lives via his 9-life noble phantasm or his skill. What hard countered him and pretty much insta-killed him was the Ark of the Covenant. So these are all things and all servants and all concepts that are basically influences of God. So if we were actually to fight him, and we have already seen how powerful servants and artifacts are that he's connected with, like, how powerful is he actually. So I don't think we were equipped to fuck around and find out, if I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, exactly. Metatron, you know, again, Ordeal Call 4 really dives deep into the angels and Metatron and whatnot. There's no shot. Like, there's nothing we have in our arsenal, I feel like, that would even touch him. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he's low-key, like, weak as fuck. Who knows? Who knows? They might surprise us and God is actually Neko Arc or something, and something very silly. I don't know how we can have bigger threats at this point if part 3 is still gonna be Fujimaru. I mean, at this point, I kind of wish we would have a more grounded, like, storyline, because, yeah, the whole storyline of, like, saving the world from interdimensional beings and different timelines and fucking angels and demons and fucking gods and shit, that's all well and good. But I would like to see a more grounded storyline where we fight other mages, which I know we kind of already did with the cryptors, but, you know, fight other mages, other type moon like creatures and stuff that isn't necessarily like end of the world, end of our timeline, end of our existence as we know it level enemies, but more leveled enemies like somebody who wants to destroy the city and now we gotta stop him, stuff like that. It doesn't have to be like world ending shit. Obviously at this point, like, that's what we're equipped to handle and that's what we're used to, but I would like to see more grounded stories be told. I think there's just a lot that they could do with that doesn't necessarily have to be like world-ending events. Can we just go to chill singularity of the week? Yeah, I don't know. Because I said this in a couple of streams ago. I feel like we could just, like, the rest of the game could honestly live off of just singularities and small events here and there. It doesn't have to be a big overarching story, at least not in the immediate future. They kind of did that with Epic or Remnant, where like we got these small stories that eventually leads to the Lostbelt arc. We could do something similar to that effect, but maybe it doesn't lead to a bigger story. Maybe it's just standalone stories, which I'm completely okay with. How is the farming going? It's going okay. It's going okay. You remember Spacious Stars Bonsi? She may come and pick us up after the end. Oh yeah, I know. It implies that she's gonna take us to the servant verse, which that's what a lot of people are assuming and even hopeful for, that given the ending that's projected to might happen, Spacious Star or like maybe like some servant from the servant universe might come in and take us to the servant verse, which I said this in the past, but my opinion kind of changed over the past couple weeks, where I'm not really a fan of the idea of the servant verse, because the way they're usually portrayed is like very comedic and very like silly. So to go from a super serious main story like the Lostbelt arc and then going into like, I mean, some people might like it just because like, okay, we've been through enough depressing shit. I think it's time for some lighthearted, comedic, non-serious story, which okay, that's where I'm like a little bit more open to it now at this point. But again, it really depends on how they tell the story, because it will be a little bit jarring to go from this to just some silly Carnival Phantasm level shit. Yeah, Journeying the Stars would be cool. Yeah, it's the servant verse. I feel like they treat it like Guda Guda, where it's mostly a gag, but here and there there's like some serious stories. Like some of the Guda Guda events have some serious elements to them, some of the servants as well, but I think that's where they should just keep the servant verse at, as an event exclusive thing. I know in like Ordeal Call 3, for example, the servant verse was utilized in a much more serious way, but I don't know why the game restarted, by the way. I don't know if there was a bug or something, but again, it depends on how they do the story. They could totally make it work. Oh Jesus. Okay, so this guy is getting clobbered, Berserker. Yeah. And it's been like 2 hours and 30 minutes since it dropped. Yeah, it's definitely gonna last at least throughout the next day or day and a half. Types, Clock Tower, heavy hitters. Who rivals Elrich? Yeah, see, so but then there's a counter argument with like Type Moon, where people are like, well, you know, Type Moon is so vast, but I feel like they need to keep stuff like True Ancestors and stuff from other Type Moon works and keep it there. For example, like if Nasu wants to dive deeper into True Ancestors and that lore with like Altruge and like all the other types out there, he should just write another Tsukihime story rather than just shoehorn everything into FGO, which I could kind of understand because not every Tsukihime fan, for example, is a big Fate fan or specifically an FGO fan, so they wouldn't want their content to be shoehorned into FGO, which again I could kind of get. That's why I think, but at the same time, Fate is like literally the playground of Fate as a concept is literally human history and human stories. Like there's so many things that they could do outside of just like True Ancestor types and Zelrich witches and stuff like that. They could literally just like pull a random book from a library and find inspiration from a random point in history, a random story, a random big story. They don't have to rely on just Type Moon stuff. So I think to satisfy those fans who want to keep other Type Moon works special without shoehorning a lot of their concepts into FGO, I think Fate could literally survive off of its just general concept of like using historical figures, historical stories, different folklores out there. Like it doesn't have to rely on other Type Moon stuff. It could include some of that stuff because we already included a lot of that stuff. Like Arquid was in, or Archetype Earth, or at least some version of her was in Ordeal Call 3. So we have already shoehorned some stuff in, but I think a lot of fans out there would want to see those concepts expanded upon on another Tsukihime or another Witch on the Holy Night or whatever other Type Moon work is out there. Yeah, more Mahotsukai no Yoru. I want to see the sequel to Witch on the Holy Night, for example. I want to see maybe another Tsukihime route, because I know they were kind of playing around with a route with I forgot what's her name. It's like the schoolgirl friend of Shiki, of Tono Shiki, that isn't really that important in like she's not like CL or Arc or his sister, but it was like I forgot her fucking name. You guys might know her. See, even I don't know. I think they're dabbling with a route with her, so expanding upon more characters from that didn't have stories beforehand, I think it would be cool. Satsuki, yeah, Satsuki, Yumizuka, yeah. I think they could do that. Did you read the Mihoyo collab story, by the way? I mean, it's been over a year. I remember reading a lot on it, but at this point, I don't remember much about it. The only things I really remember is everything to do with Alice, like why were we fighting that starfish-looking thing, and that Mega Starmie-looking enemy, and like apparently, I mean, I'm not gonna spoil the event for NA players, but it has something to do with Alice and her ploys. That's like the only stuff I remember from that event. Otherwise, I don't really remember. I know, I think Shiki's daughter makes an appearance there. I think Shiki herself makes an appearance there. And her husband from Garden of Sinners or Kata no Kyokai make an appearance there, like a little cameo. Otherwise, I don't know really much else on this story, if I'm gonna be honest. But doesn't FGO work like Avengers in Marvel Universe or League of Justice for Nasu? In a way it does, but I don't think it has to include all these other Type Moon works. Like, theoretically speaking, if we never had a Witch on the Holy Night collab event, or theoretically if Arquid never debuted in the game, and Shiki as well, if you take them out of the game, the story is largely the same. It's largely the same. Like, it didn't need to include them, but it does just for, you know, promotional purposes or just to make more money or whatever. So I think more of the nitty-gritty details, again, like stuff like Altruge. A lot of people want to see Altruge Brunstad in Fate Grand Order. And I'm just like, Altruge doesn't even have an official design out there. And you want her first appearance to not be in like a Tsukihime work, but you want her first appearance to be in Grand Order. I think that would be kind of odd. I think, in my opinion, that would be a little bit odd. Because she doesn't even have an official design. So, like, we know she exists, but I think they should save her for an actual Tsukihime. See, some people don't even know who that is. So if she were to come out, like only the diehards know. And granted, that's probably the same thing with Arcgrid. Like, who the fuck is this saber-faced Takeuchi female Gilgamesh-looking girl? Like, for people who don't know. I agree, it would be weird. Yeah, no, it would be weird. I mean, they could do it to build intrigue on the character, and then maybe tease at some point. Maybe if they do like a Tsukihime event and then tease her, maybe show her in the cutscene, and then like weeks later they release like an official trailer of like a Tsukihime 2 or something. I don't know, and that was just used as like a teaser. Maybe they could do something like that, but to like have her to be playable and like an important character in like a main story or something, I think that would just be weird. In my honest opinion. Same thing with a lot of the types. And I know they kind of teased, like, was it type Mercury or type Mars? I think it was Mars with Bathory. But I think that was mainly a joke. I don't think that was meant to be taken seriously. Like the recent Bathory we got is apparently a type. But again, I think it's mainly a joke. It's not meant to be taken seriously. I think FGO should be upgraded to a 3D like. Okay, yeah, see, you already lost me at 3D like. There's so many gacha games that it's going down that route. I think if they just build upon what we already have, I think that would be better. And now we must enter the World War I, and why are we going all the way back there? I don't want to go back there. It's as much of a joke as everything else about the sermon verse. Yeah, true. I remember Nasu said in an old interview that the Arturia from Stay Night won't get important story role because her story. Yeah, I know, that's one of the most like quoted things throughout. Like, every time Arturia is discussed in like Reddit or like Twitter or whatnot, people always bring up, well, Nasu said her story already wrapped up in Fate Stay Night, so there's no real reason to bring her in the main story. I'm just like, really? Are you sure? I think like they don't have to give her like a whole character arc or anything, but they could still utilize her. Like her story, her character development, and her character arc. Yeah, that's done. They don't need to dive deep into that anymore. But they could still bring her over to like help out in like these big threats. Like she literally has, if you look at the Lostbelt like promotional artwork, she's literally holding Avalon up in the middle among all these other servants, and you're telling me, yes, she's the face of Fate, but you're telling me that's never gonna become relevant in the main story. And again, I know technically she has appeared in the main story in like flashbacks and like references here and there with like Lancer Arturia and Castor Arturia, but her as Saber, not Saber Alter, her as her vanilla form never has made like an actual appearance in the main story, which I think kind of sucks, because I think she could be used interestingly without having it be about her, I guess. You know what I mean? She could just be used, it's not about her. I just want to see cameo, if nothing else. She can just be, but I guess because, I mean, again, she is the face that runs the place. She is the original heroine of Fate. Like they can't use her as like just a total side character. She has to be important enough for the story to warrant her appearance. Which is why I think she's, at some point, if they introduce a Grand Saber into the main story, I think she would make sense. Just give her Avalon, just have it be Saber with Avalon as something that she has permanently on her. And I think that's literally the Grand Saber right there. Somebody that could use Excalibur to its strongest potential, and at the same time it's unable to get hurt by pretty much anything. So I think that would just like fit. If we were to fight like a beast at some point, I think that would warrant bringing Saber to counter that beast. There's also the point that being type Mars does not mean much for her in terms of power. Ranmaru is also type by definition. She's limited. I actually did not know that. I did not know that. certain verse plays by its own rules, so usual definite. Yeah, I know. So like that's why it's like hard for me to imagine a main story arc around the servant verse. It's literally very difficult for me to imagine that, just because it's up until this point it's been portrayed in such a comedic and silly fashion that to go from a super serious story like this to the complete opposite side of the spectrum, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of that. And again, we could go to a more lighthearted story, but it doesn't have to be super silly. Like I would like it if we go from a depressing story to a less depressing story, but still serious enough for me to take seriously. Arthur, you've done enough time for Arthur to do his thing. Yeah, I mean, Proto Arthur definitely has to have a role at some point, because he's out here saying, yeah, I'm here to hunt a certain beast, but like that's never came up ever in the main story, so I don't know if they're still saving that for something later in the road. You can still keep FGO style. We don't need a 3D FI. Yeah, I know. We don't have to do that. Like, I honestly don't, and maybe this is a hot take, I don't think a lot of servants would translate well, given the various art styles, given the countless different art styles. I don't think it would translate well into a 3D environment. Now, let me use an example. Fate Grand Order Arcade, a direct, like, Fate Grand Order related spin-off that we could all look at. Some characters look great in a 3D art style, and as somebody who's a Gilgamesh fan, like the biggest Gilgamesh fan you'll probably ever see in your entire life, I honestly think he looks like shit in Fate Grand Order Arcade. He looks like he has jaundice. He has yellow skin. It just does not look right. He does not look right in a 3D environment. Now, obviously, there's other games where he showed up in 3D form, like Fate Extella, where he looks completely fine. But again, the art style is different. The art style of Extella is only one art style. It's just Wada Arco as the singular artist. Whereas Grand Order, it prides itself in having all these different art styles, and I just think certain art styles just would not translate well in a 3D environment. Like, I don't think Takeuchi's, like I just kind of implied, some characters just don't translate well in a 3D art style. Again, some characters look completely fine. Like I think Shuten looks fine in a 3D art style, but I think somebody like Ibuki, for example, if it's still Hanjo Raita's art style, I don't think she would translate well. And I'm sure you guys can think of characters too, like that look completely fine in a 2D art style, but like if you imagine them in 3D, it's like, oh yeah, you kind of have a point. It would look kind of weird. Yeah, Samurai Remnant, Extella, they all look great, but that's because they only use one art style. And with Grand Order, again, Grand Order prides itself, if you look at the very first trailer of Grand Order, it literally prides itself in promoting all these different artists and all these different art styles. Like imagine Tez in 3D with his art style. I don't think it would translate well either. Granted, his art style is a little bit jarring. Some people love it, some people hate it. But that's just one of many examples you could probably think of. If you look at all your servants who look decent in 2D, I'm sure some of them just wouldn't look well. Oh god, Tez in 3D. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like other games could do it, but again, it's mainly because they only have one dedicated designer. I think that's where it's gonna be completely fine. That's where it's the most effective, when there's only one art direction to follow. But when you have like 20, 30, 40, 50 different artists working on hundreds of different servants, that's where it gets kind of muddied. I don't think in a 3D FGO would look good, in my opinion. And again, looking at Fate Grand Order Arcade, where they did exactly that. There's different art styles, different servants designed by different characters, and like I said, I think Gilgamesh looks like shit in Grand Order Arcade. Now, obviously it's been years, they could reinvest, make it look better, but that's just one character, that's just one art style. I don't think some just would work well. Zenobia in 3D might look cool. Yeah, so some of them would look good, but I think it would just look jarring. Unless they just transition to one art style, which I wouldn't like, because I like the fact that there's so many different... Like, again, most of the people I follow on social media are FGO artists. Not fan art. Some of them are fan art, but a lot of them are official artists. Like Redrop, for example. Redrop, Hanjo Raita, Yamanaka Kotetsu, the artist of Tiamat and Sherlock Holmes. Like, literally, like, those are the only people I follow on social media. I love looking at their art. And if we just transition into a game where it's just Takeuchi's art, for example, I don't know. I wouldn't like that. But Takeuchi's art is like hit or miss. Some people really hate his art style. Like, imagine if FGO was just Takeuchi. Ah, man. I mean, his art isn't bad, but it's like, it gets pretty repetitive. Am I the only one who prefers 2D look over 3D in general, not just for any game? See, I don't play other gacha games, so I can't speak on that. But just strictly talking about FGO, I would just like it to stay 2D. I think 3D. If they're gonna do a 3D game, just make it like a separate game, like Samurai Remnant or Extella or Extra Record later down the road. I don't want another gacha game. Tesla Arts looks different from his in-game sprite already to me. Yeah, some people don't like looking at his actual art, but just like looking at, like, his sprite looks completely fine. So, you know, I guess they could do the same thing with 3D, but 2D, even live 2D, allows for a lot more details, and that's what I'm saying too, because there's some characters that I'm sure take a lot of work to make the models for. Like Ibuki, for example. Ibuki's design is crazy. Like, she has a lot of things going on with her horns, with her clothes, with the special effects, with the fish flying around her. Like, that's possible to... That's a lot easier, I would presume, to animate in a 2D environment than it would be translating that over into like a 3D environment. Like, there's just certain characters that would be a bitch to animate in a 3D environment. For games with a lot of characters like Arknights and FGO, having 2D is just better in my opinion because it's easier. That's exactly what I'm saying. And I think that's why when I made my Gacha tier list a couple years ago, where I literally made a tier list just looking at the characters without even playing the games, just ranking the characters based on design, just purely design, like not playing the game, not knowing the backstory, not even like looking up like animations or anything, just looking at the characters. I think that's why I put Arknights at like the highest, because they have such a diverse like art style, and that's what I'm used to, because FGO is so diverse. It has so many different like body types, character types, ages, some furries here and there, some lollies here and there, some shotas here and there, adults, old men. The only thing we're missing really is like an old woman, I think, like a proper old woman, because I know like what's her name, the T girl has like that old woman voice, but she doesn't look like an old lady. But besides the point, I think that's why I put Arknights at like the highest for me in terms of just designs, because they're able to get away with a lot more creativity because they're not limited by like a 3D art style, whereas I feel like games that have a predominantly 3D gameplay and a 3D design, 3D art style, whatever you want to word it, they're very limited because they gotta work with like the same models pretty much. Like, that isn't that like a big criticism, or at least at some point with like, I think a couple of years ago, Genshin, like literally 90% of the characters have like the same body type. Like, everybody looks like a twink, or everybody looks like a have like the same teenage body type. But that's because they have to use the same model. You know, they can't realistically create unique models for everybody. I'm sure there's like some here and there that have like different models, like special cases, but again, I think that's just easier to do in 2D than in 3D. 3D is like you got to do a lot more to make sure everything works and everything looks alright. Is there any site that I could use to see how much health grades have left? I don't know. I think just play the game. Oh, you're not in the final chapter yet? Well, I can show it to you right now. I'm down to take a little short intermission, I guess. I'm hoping the next year's servant would be on the caliber of Kawakami Gensai. Yeah, her sprite especially just so unique. The only other sprite that's comparable is like Dante's, where they have their like back turned or like they have like a side profile. Okay, so these are the HPs. 17 mil with it might be 17 bill, because I'm not sure if like this is like an accurate, although it does say 100 over here. So 17 million here for Berserker, 19 mil for pretty much everything else, with this Tree of Emptiness being the least farmed for obvious reasons. Like I said, this one has like the gimmick of putting one of your servants to sleep, which depending on your RNG could ruin your one turn potential, which is obviously integral if you're trying to farm efficiently. Yeah, Kawakami has like that fighting game sprite, sort of. She looks so good. So we need to have more sprites like that. And if they were to do animation updates with older servants, maybe update some of their sprites to have something like that, have a pose like that. Taking the whole game and re-releasing it as a full RPG with that. You see, that would be so sick. Where you only start off with a certain roster of servants, and as you play the game, you unlock more. Like when you complete Fuyuki, you unlock Saber Alter, you unlock Casterku, and then obviously when you get to Babylonia, that's where you could unlock Gilgamesh and Enkidu and whatnot. I think that would be so sick. Obviously, it wouldn't make nearly as much money because there's no gacha or microtransactions attached. Granted, nowadays most game developers like to do microtransactions, and this is Aniplex we're talking about. So in a theoretical world where we have a full-blown RPG of Fate Grand Order where you unlock the characters just by playing, I'm sure there's gonna be like cosmetic stuff that you could buy, maybe like costumes or skins for characters, which honestly I would be okay with. I'd be like, you know what, you guys gotta make your money somehow. I mean, it is what it is. I think that'd be cool. Used to be in game design, specifically character design and art. You're correct, 3D games use the exact same models. Could you imagine designing a new model from the ground up? That's what I'm saying. Like, most characters, like, okay, all the saber faces, or most of them, not counting Lancer Arturia and Ruler Arturia and like the, you know, the ones that are like grown up more. Most of the saber faces have the same body type. So it would be easy to just, you know, make models for all of them, since you could just copy and paste and just like, you know, put different clothes on all of them, change the colors, and boom, there you go. But like somebody like King of Sun, totally, there's no other character with his character model, with his character built. So you would have to make a new model for him, a new model for Kentoki, a new model for Raiko, Shuten. Like, it's just so much more difficult. Like, if you look at all the other 3D, like all the other gacha games that do 3D, like most of the characters, there might be like maybe 2 or 3, maybe at most 5 different body types. But that's because they can't like model a lot of them, because it would take too much time. It would take way too much time. Zenless is kind of doing that, and the people making them has admitted to being overworked. Exactly. And the thing about Lezengel or Aniplex, they're understaffed. I don't know if they've fixed it as of recently, but as of 2 years ago, they literally went to Anime Expo 2023 and asked people, like ask me in the audience, ask people in the audience during one of their panels, their stage panels. They literally advertise like they're hiring and they're looking for people to work for Lezengel, because they've stated in the past, I think Kanoyoshiki Tucson has stated that they're understaffed. They are in desperate need of other employees, other devs, people who are experienced with animating, people experienced with advertising, stuff like that. So in a way, they're like, currently the FGO team, the FGO development team is overworked with this game. Now there's a lot of factors involved, because apparently the coding of the game is very archaic in a way that it's very difficult to update it as often as maybe more modern games, so they definitely need to work on modernizing at least the code. But my point is, if they transition into like a 3D, more intense, more complicated game to develop, like, I don't know if it would be good unless they fix all these other issues, being understaffed and, you know, overworked. Like, there's just a lot of factors playing into it. That's why I just think they just need to take the game we have right now, modernize it in terms of not just the code, but for some people the UI. Obviously the animations with a lot of servants. Some servants still have caster balls from year one. Just modernize it without changing or like creating a new game. They just need to modernize it. They don't have to like make it 3D. They don't gotta make it open world. They don't gotta like just like end this game, end of services game in favor for a new game. Like, they just need to like fix the foundation a little bit, update the code. You know, it's just, in my opinion, I mean, I hesitate to say it's like a simple fix. Obviously it's a lot of work, but I think it would be, that's a lot more realistic than hoping for a brand new game. Just give arcade for phone? I don't know. Again, this is more of a personal thing. I think a lot of arcade servants look like garbage. Like, again, Gil does not look good in arcade, in my opinion. But even with arcade has its own story, and the story's already concluded. So I don't even know how that would work. I think what would be cool is if maybe for a part 3, we get to play the Fate Grand Order arcade story, but in the mobile games playstyle or gameplay style. And the only servants you could use for that storyline are the characters that are in the mobile game that were also in arcade. So you can't bring servants like, trying to think of a servant that's not in arcade. Ibuki? I don't think Ibuki's in arcade. You can't bring servants like Ibuki, but you could bring somebody like Shuten, who is in arcade. I think that would be cool, I guess. Obviously it's not directly linked to the Lostbelt arc, so it's not necessarily a part 3, but it's something for us to do, something for us to chew on while they're working on whatever part 3 is, as like a side story kind of thing. You can't simply just say just make arcade for phone logistics for that. Yeah, no, I bet that would be like, that sounds like a nightmare. That sounds like a nightmare. Not to discredit arcade, but the models there is very outdated compared to other guys. That's what I'm saying. So, I mean, it's not meant to be a gacha game. I mean, it does have gacha elements, right? But it's an arcade game at the end of the day. It was never meant to be anything more than like this fun little thing that you might do in the weekends with your friends after school or whatever. But yeah, just bring back grill front for. I agree. Bring back grill fronts. I made a whole ass video on this. I feel like I'm saying a lot of the same stuff. If you guys want to hear my concise opinions on the gameplay of FGO, I literally posted a video a couple days ago, or like a couple of weeks ago at this point, talking about it. But yeah, bring back grill fronts, bring back tower events. And I said this in my video, but I think the idea of a new game plus would be sick, where you get to replay the entire story of Fate Grand Order all the way from Singularity F to where we are now, basically Singularity F part 2 kind of, but make it so it's like a lot harder, a lot more difficult, but you get quartz out of it, you get ascension items out of it. It's gonna be like you're replaying the story, but just harder, like literally a new game plus. If you guys have ever played a game with new game plus, it's literally just that. I think that would keep us busy for a while, really. The story, the singularities, the Lostbelt arc, Epic Remnant, it's fucking long. So I could imagine myself just playing it on the side, like, for an entire year. I could literally imagine myself doing that. While they also, like, release events here and there. Yeah, a hard mode run would be cool. Maybe add different, like, different gimmicks into, like, I said this in my video, but imagine fighting, Gwaine from Camelot. We all remember Gwaine. he was a menace back in the day. Back in the day, we didn't have Coin Sky, we didn't have Obran, we didn't have all these crazy supports. The best support we had back then was Tamamo and Waver. Like, that was pretty much it as far as like 5-star support. We have like Hans and other supports here and there, but that was pretty much it. And unless you had like an NP5 Orion or like a Urilee that was cracked, like Gawain was a problem back then. Now imagine fighting him today, but this time he has like 3 HP breaks, more buffs, more debuffs on the party, like just crazy gimmicks. I think that would be sick to like replay that story, replay that chapter, but with like, or like all the chapters really, but with added gimmicks, added debuffs, more HP. Like make it so like even the cutscenes play again. Like so it's like exactly like you're replaying the game but just harder, more modern. It would be a good opportunity to introduce and reanimation that with. Yeah, it would be good. Because again, there's a lot of servants from year 1 that still don't have animation updates. So maybe re-release the Singularities and the Lostbelts later down the road, and the Epic Remnants, of course. Throughout the year next year. We don't gotta wait like 3 years to get all this content. Maybe they release 1 chapter every month or something. And then by like 2 years from now, we should have all the chapters released as a hard mode kind of thing. Now, some people might not like that. I could see some people being like, oh, it's the same content. They're just rehashing it. But I think if they did that, plus releasing new events here and there, I think people would like that. That and making it so we could refight bosses, because that's something I've been asking for a while. You know, some people just want to go back and refight Tiamat or refight Goetia or refight any of the other bosses throughout the Singularities, Epic Remnant, and Lostbelts, just for fun, not even for like a particular reward or like a ticket or a quartz or anything, just to test teams out. Because there's been many occasions where like, man, I really want to test this servant out, but there's no quest to test them in. Like, what am I gonna do? Do daily quests? Do QP quests to test these servants? Now there's some quests here and there, like you could refight the Kiara fight from Extra CC event if you bought that event from the Rare Prism shop, but that's so limiting. There's like no, there's very little options for testing new servants. I think just being able to replay old fights and testing new characters, that would be a cool way to showcase a character, a cool way to test the character, a cool way to understand how the character plays, without having to wait for a challenge quest or having to wait for them to do like a some kind of campaign where like we get to fight these old fights but temporarily. Like, make it permanent. You want to test your team? I just want to bully Goetia. We're not the same. Hey, I want to bully his ass too. I want to bring Team out and beat his ass. That would be fun. That would be a fun little thing. Like, make it a fun challenge where I fight all the old beasts using Tiamat, the OG beast, that we, the first one that we beat, the first one we fight. We only have Kiara and Kama as repeatable bosses. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's very limiting. And yes, there's a ton of channels out there, a ton of videos out there where it showcases new servants fighting Kiara or Kama and soloing them or doing crazy damage against them. That's cool, but again, it's very limiting. That's like 1 or 2 bosses where you're only getting like a small scope of what this character or what this team comp is capable of. It would be cool to have all this different variety of fights we could test these characters on. Yeah, bring Solomon to bully Goetia. Yeah, that sounds fun! Kalia Gurus and their viewers just joined. Say hello. Oh, thank you for the raid. I think this is my first time getting raided. Thank you, Kalia Gurus. I believe I met you back in or met one of you back in Fate Grand Order USA tour. That was a long ass time ago, by the way. So thank you for the raid. I think that's what's happening right now. How are you guys doing? How's the raids going? For those of you guys who just came in here. I don't know if you guys saw that notification, but it looks like I got raided. What were we talking about? Peeps from one of my home servers. Oh, okay. Come from Kalia Gurus. Oh, thank you for stopping by. Hopefully, and I see, this is bad because I've been commentating for the past 3 hours and I'm just like, oh, I'm not prepared to entertain a new audience, but hopefully you find me somewhat entertaining or whatever. But I'm just doing the raids just like everyone else I'm sure is doing. I believe I'm at like 65 or something like that. Just doing things. Hey, Kali Gurus is here as well. How are you doing? Hopefully doing okay. Happy holidays. Hopefully the farming was going well if you were farming. Yeah, raid's doing alright. Just one turning the same one that everyone else is farming, I bet. Most people are farming the Berserker one. After this one, I'm probably gonna farm the Archer one since I could pretty much just use the same team. Yeah, happy holidays. Hopefully the raids are going well for you. Yeah, we're in a weird time in FGO where in NA we have the Lotto event. In JP we have this. So it's like, fuck, so much farming. Oh god, I got a lot of EXP cards. Oh lord, I just recently pulled... Who did I just recently pull? I think I just recently pulled Ashia Domon, so I might as well train him. He should be in the bottom. And another copy of John. If you watch my latest Gacha video, literally was just throwing quartz for CEs. And then I pulled Ashia Domon. I pulled John first, and I was like, you know what? This is a poetic servant to end the 10-year FGO storyline. A good last servant to pull for the end of the year. And then I pulled Ashia Domon soon thereafter, and I was like, alright, I guess this is my last servant of the year. It's Ashia Domon, this fucking freak. But I guess we'll take it. You finally 120 someone? Who did you 120? Yeah, December is like, fuck. It's stressful, man. It's stressful. A lot of events, a lot of raids. We got New Year's to worry about as well. Obviously, we know what's coming out in NA. But, man, JP, still up in the air. Most likely Galahad, but still up in the air for the most part. Actually, what's, for my NA players out there, what is the guaranteed SR you guys are going for? Because I'm still juggling which one to go for, just because I pretty much have all the servants I want. It's just a matter of like characters I want to, you know, get at a higher NP level. Part of me wants to go for guild just to NP6 him, just so I have enough append or servant coins. When will the raids end? Based on the rate we're going at, I would give it 2 days at the very least, 3 days at the most. But I think around 2-day mark, the raids should still be going on, I feel like. Trying to see what copies of servants I want double of. Oh yeah. I'm at that point in NA where like, yeah, getting a new servant would be cool, but kind of want to NP5 this servant, kind of want to NP3 this servant. Like I have Shuten at NP4, for example. And I don't know if you guys know this, but if you guys have been watching for a while, I hate having a servant at NP4, a 5-star at NP4, because you're right there at the precipice of an NP5 servant. And I'm just like, ah, man. Like, NP3 is fine for me to stop at, but once you hit NP4, I'm just like, okay, I just need one more. I just need one more copy for NP5, and then I'm good. Until I'm not good, because I'm going to be like, I kind of want to append all their skills, so I need to go for NP6. But besides the point, still. Were you able to one-turn a tree? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's pretty easy to do with Enkidu. I'm assuming these trees have threat to humanity trait, because Enkidu does extra damage against threat to humanity, and he's doing dummy damage, dummy broken busted damage. Yeah, I farmed him about 65 times. Orochi, the Orochi one. You know what, let's change it up. We've been farming Orochi for a while. I want to farm the Archer one. What kind of drops? I haven't been paying attention to the drops, I didn't think about it. Yeah, I don't really need any of this, as you can see. Yeah, I'm good. I just realized it gives this? I didn't even realize it gives this. Oh. I might need to farm a different one just based on that alone. But okay, let's go ahead and do Archer. That way we could just keep bringing Enkidu and then be good on that. I can't do guaranteed SR and region lock. Oh man. Will Enkidu and P1 be enough for one turn then? Okay, so my Enkidu with double Koyanskaya and Oberon. My Enkidu is NP5, 120. And with double Koyanskaya, without Oberon, he does about 10 mil. With Oberon, he's probably doing like maybe 15 mil, something insane like that. At NP1, assuming not grailed, I think it's possible if you have Coin Sky and Oberon. I think it's definitely possible. But again, I have the grand buffs on me. I also have him 120. Obviously, again, NP5, so my my results are definitely skewed. It's not meant to be used as a baseline for sure. Mashu proc the 50% party NP damage versus that humanity buff. Oh really? Okay. Might have to start bringing her. Sorry, how long the raids will be? I want to read the epilogue. Also 26 something new drops in the game. What is it? For your first question, again, how long the raids are gonna last? I think it's gonna last around 2 days, personally. Just seeing the rate at which it's going at. And it's already been 3 hours since the raids have started. So I could see it lasting for 2 to 3 days based on the rate we're going at. Also, Masha gives 45% bond increase for the entire party. Oh! Thank you for letting me know. I did not know that. I need to rethink my strategy. Granted, I already have her at bond 15, so I'm wondering if it's just more efficient to just bring a full team or as much service as I can who's not bond 15 to maximize bond, or should I just... I don't know, think about that. Because right now, I think my team, I'm pretty comfortable with it so far. I don't know if I could fit Mashu in, personally. I can't imagine I'd ever want to 120 again. I'd love to get others. I love that, to do that, but Jesus, we need 6-star EXP cards. Yeah, no, the farming, once you have the servant coins, which is already a bitch enough to get enough of for 120, the biggest thing that sucks about level 120ing a servant is literally the EXP cards. Like QP, okay, 1 hour of QP farming in like the highest level QP daily quests, I think it's enough for the most part for leveling up a servant. But EXP farming is a whole different story. The fact you only get 9 5-star EXP cards from the daily quests, it's not enough for level 120. Not nearly enough. I have NP2 Monte Cristo. Which tree you recommend for me to pass? Since he is the most one I have that hits hard. Oh, definitely the Berserker one. For sure. For sure the Berserker one. I mean, Monte Cristo is insanely powerful. You team him up with double Scotty and Oberon, he's definitely one-shotting the Berserker. And the thing that's tricky about the Berserker one that might hinder a lot of different teams is he has evade. The tree has evade. But the beautiful thing about Monte Cristo is he has a built-in ignore invincible with his NP, which obviously could be used against evade as well. So yeah, Monte Cristo is insane. He would be crazy. He'd be crazy for that tree. Enkidu is really good against that tree because he could just remove the evade, no problem. But for servants that don't have removal, your next best thing at that point is ignore invincible, which Monte Cristo has. I got Shiki to 110 and that already feels miserable. Yeah, dude, it's a slog. The only silver lining is at least it doesn't get any more difficult from one level to the next. You know how when you level up a servant, typically it takes more and more EXP cards as you get higher in the level. From 100 to 120, there's no increase in like how much EXP cards you need. As far as like from 100 to 101, it's going to be the same amount of EXP cards as 101 to 102, 102 to 103, so on and so forth. So thank God they didn't make it so like it gets harder and harder, because at that point, you know what, Lazangle, just bend over for me. I will handle the rest, because my God, that is a lot of farming. It already is a lot of farming, but Jesus. So 6-star EXP cards when, to be honest? Always 120 when there's a bonus. Yeah, for sure. If you want to maximize efficiency, always wait for a campaign where there's ×2, ×4 EXP success rate. If you're an impatient fuck like I am, you know, when I 120'd Larva Tiamat, or Summer Tiamat specifically, I don't think there was a campaign going on at the time, so I had to just farm manually. But This is why I always tell people when there's like dead weeks or you know, days or weeks in FGO where there's no event going on, just use your AP, farm EXPs, farm QP, whatever you're low on, just farm that on the side. Don't even like think about using apples or anything. Just like use your AP for the day and just close the game. Because when it comes to time where you're gonna need those EXP cards, you're already gonna have it, and you don't need to farm it anymore. Because again, that's one of the most boring things about FGO. I mean, the farming in general, it could be pretty boring, but for me, EXP and QP farming is the worst ever. Especially EXP, because again, QP isn't as sluggish as EXP in my opinion, especially if you're 120ing a servant. Like in NA right now, I literally have all my servants trained, but my inventory and my second archive and my present box is full of EXP cards, because I don't want to farm EXP in the future. I want to make sure I have enough EXP to last me a millennia. I don't ever want to farm EXP cards ever. Yeah, don't be like this guy. Oh damn. Yeah, because I think most people, when there's no event going on, they just log in, maybe get the blue apples to like use up their AP right away and just leave the game, which is fine. But at some point, you're gonna need to farm something, so you might as well farm it like on the side when there's nothing else going on. Like, it's not that bad. Before the raids, I was farming feathers, and that was something. Yeah, see, I can't even like at this point in FGO. I'm glad I don't ever run into that issue where I need certain materials, because manually farming materials outside of events, outside of raids, outside of lottos, fucking sucks. Just to put it lightly, it sucks. It is not fun. It is what it is. That's why I always plan ahead. Just like get the boring farming out of the way during the dead weeks, so when the time comes where you might need those materials, you might need that EXP or QP, you already have it on the ready. It's already all good in the hood. Level servants for me is a complete non-issue if it's just their normal max level. Yeah, that's true. Like, especially with 5-star EXP cards, like getting a servant to level 90 doesn't take that long. But yes, getting a servant to 120, that's where you better start praying. That's when you better start praying for sure. So, but I still like to keep myself prepared. Even in JP, I don't have anyone I'm planning on 120ing in the near future. But if, for example, New Year Servant, which it's definitely not going to be, but if the New Year Servant is Proto Gil or Female Gil or any variation of the King of Heroes, I'm going to be ready. I have the EXP cards ready. I have the QP ready, because I one of the worst things ever, which thank God I haven't had to experience this as of recently, like I've been saying. One of the worst things ever is getting a new servant that you're excited for, pulling that servant, you finally have them, you feel happy, you're excited to finally use them, and you can't ascend them, and you can't tend them, and you don't even have the EXP to level them up. That to me is the fucking worst. I want to just get that shit over with and then get to using them. Because when Summer Tiamat came out, bro, I was ready, bro. I 120'd her within like 2 hours, bro, when she came out. Like, it did not take that long, because I already had all the XP cards on the ready. And at the time, I wasn't planning on 120ing a single servant, but I had the XP cards ready, so like, it's all good. When is dead week, I either do Bleach Earth quest for the bond. Oh yeah, that's what you have to do. If you're not using your pods, your storm pods, I don't know what you're doing, bro. I have no idea what you're doing. I used to say pure prisms to avoid that. Yeah, but then the problem is, what if you run out of pure prisms? Granted, they have like the reset thing, so you could restock the shop, but still. Not gonna lie, I still wish they do something else with Bond 15. I have so many. Yeah, same, dude. Same. I have so many Bond 15 that I want to use, but a bit. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Here, let me show you guys something kind of funny. Oh, wait, I accidentally. Oh, wait, I can't even do that. I can't even do that yet. I was gonna go to NA and show you something. I can't even do that right now with my current setup. I'll show you guys at some point, but I have so many servants that are close to Bond 15, but I don't want, like, for example, Koyanskaya in NA. She's like 400k away to Bond 15, and I just try my best not to use her as much as I can, just because once she hits Bond 15, I never want to use her again, because I feel like it's just a waste of Bond at that point. So I only use her when I absolutely have to. Same thing with Castoria. Same thing, well, not really same thing with Scotty. Scotty's like still Bond 11. But like there's certain servants I just avoid using just because I know once I hit them with Bond 15, it's over. I'm never using them again. Granted, in JP it's a little bit easier because now they included the thing where like, oh, if you have them Bond 15 and you bring them, they give extra Bond to the rest of the party. Which is okay, I guess. But once you have a full team of Bond 15s, what happens then? Like, you're just kind of fucked. So, yeah, I kind of wish they did more with Bond 15. Maybe increase the Bond cap. Maybe make it so... Maybe this is a little bit of crazy idea. If you have a full team of Bond 15, all that Bond goes into an item, maybe like a new special type of EXP card. And you could use that EXP card on another servant to increase their Bond. I think that would be a crazy thing that they could implement, but I don't think they're gonna do that, because that's just another item that we're gonna have to farm, and that's a lot. That's a lot. But at some point, everyone's gonna have all Bond 15s at some point, so hopefully they have something planned for the future, whether that be increasing the Bond level or putting other bonuses for servants at Bond 15. I ran out, that's why I'm manually farming. Oh yeah, exactly. Pure wisdoms be like that. Just let us repeat Bond 15, honestly, at least we can farm the same quartz infinitely. That would be insane. I don't think they would do that because yes, you could theoretically bond quartz infinitely. I don't think they would do that. That would be something else. Maybe have it so only you could only reset once with every given servant. That way, when you reach Bond 15 again, you can't do it again, buddy. But at that point, I think they should just increase the cap rather than just like restart the whole thing. Otherwise, if they just make it so like you could just refresh it anytime you want, like that's kind of broken. And you know, Aniplex is trying to make that money. They're trying to make that bank, bro. They're not trying to like put an exploit in the game where you can farm quartz of all things. Out of everything they want you to farm, that is the one thing they don't want you to farm, is quartz and maybe tickets as well. I forgot what game did this, but there was a gimmick when there was you level at max level, you get like a material or something. Yeah, I mean, any kind of new bonus would be appreciated. I just don't want to feel like I'm wasting space in my servant team on a servant that's like Bond 15. I'm just like, man, I wish you weren't Bond 15, that way I'm not wasting these Bond points that could be used for some other servant. Since Bond 15 is 1.5 million Bond points, that seems fair for a repeatable Bond now. Yeah, I mean, I think, again, if they were to do that, maybe just one time. I don't think infinite quartz farming, it sounds broken. So maybe a one-time use? Reset the Bond? Okay, sure. Infinite times you could do it, that's kind of crazy. Because the quartz I have right now, as you guys saw, I have over 3,000 quartz. 3,200 quartz, pretty much. None of them were paid for. Literally every single quart was from Bond quartz. So if they made it so you could reset bonds, I would be at like 7,000 quartz right now. Dead ass. I would be at like maybe 10,000 by the end of the year. So no freaking shot they're doing that. No shot. Maybe just once, and I could see them doing that. Give us carryover pity, then okay, I mean that's just a gacha thing at that point, but yeah, that should be something that should be implemented, because it is kind of, because most players are not going to get to what 300 rolls worth of quartz or tickets. Most players are not going to get there, so having the pity carry over from gacha to gacha will help with players who just don't have the money to whale or don't have the time to play the game to farm quartz. It would just help. It would help everybody. It's something that's just going to help with every single player, whether you're a whale, free to play, casual, hardcore, it doesn't matter. Like, it would help everybody. I don't know why they don't do that, but I know other gacha games do it, so it's like one of those things. See, I don't like comparing FGO to other gacha games. One, because I don't play other gacha games, and two, I think they're like FGO is like not on a league of its own. That's a different, like, that sounds kind of wrong, but it's its own entity that, like, when people compare it to other gacha games, it just feels silly to me. I don't know. But something like that, where like carrying pity over, that makes sense. That's something that they should consider implementing. Even though it's like something from other gacha games, like I think that's something that FGO could benefit from having. We should have a pity for story banner too. Yeah, especially since they implemented the new free summon every day, which has been great. I don't know about you guys. I've pulled 3 5-stars out of the free summon every day. I pulled Bradamante, I think, Francis Drake. Well, there's one other servant I'm forgetting. I think I want to say Zhang Yu. I forget who it was, but I pulled 3 5-stars out of just like the free summon we get every day. And I'm just like, all right, cool. I mean, I'm not going to complain. You're a 5-star. So like, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. Best I got was a Buddha. I mean, that's not a bad C unless you already have a max limit broken, then, you know, GG, I guess. Okay, how's the bond coming along? Damn, we literally went from, I think, 600k to 300k. So if you're not bond farming, then you ain't playing the game at all. I went from 900k with her to 187k. So we are chugging along. Is there a different servant I could bring besides Nightingale that could help with Enkidu's damage? Who's not overly bonded already? I think it'd be more efficient to bring somebody who's already over bond 10 that I could bond farm. Maybe Tamamo? You're not really that close. Not really that close. I think I might bring Ibuki, even though she's not close at all, but she's somebody I could see myself bringing outside of raids for general farming. So yeah, I'll bring Ibuki. Ibuki's buster up isn't quite as high as Nightingale's, but she does give attack up as well. So I think Enkidu should still be doing dummy boosted damage. Should still be one turning, hopefully, maybe, we'll see. Remember, free summon every day lasts until 2025 ends, if I remember. Wait, is that true? I actually didn't know that. I thought it was like permanent forever. That kind of sucks if that's the case. If that's the case, which I have no reason not to believe you, but that would be balls, because I kind of like the fact that I have I can scratch that gacha itch at the start of every day just to get it over with. Let's do that. Let's see if this kills with Ibuki. I mean, we do have a full combo, so we're most likely going to kill regardless. If we don't get repeatable bond farming, then at least make the bond grill a bit more common or more stock every month, honestly. Yeah, because at this point in the game, getting one like bond grail from the rare prism shop, just one, it's not enough. It's not enough, to be honest. At this stage in the game where bond farming is like so much easier, so much more streamlined, you get a lot more for than you used to do previously, because we have so many craft essences and so many quests at our disposal, like the grand duels, for example. Yeah, make it so like maybe put an extra one in like the Mother Prism shop or something. Maybe make it like a login bonus as well, maybe like every 30 days or something you get one. Something like that, man, to where there's more options and more ways to get them. Just because, again, like I'm like bonding like crazy right now, and at some point I'm gonna run out of bond grails, and I'm gonna be like, well, I gotta wait till next month to get one. Just buy one. I have over 20 servants waiting for bond lantern, including half of my grants. Holy shit. Yeah, I'm not quite there yet, but I'll be there at some point for sure. Give us one every 50 login streak. I can. Yeah, exactly. I would even say halfway there, because at like every 50 you get 30 quartz already. So I think for every 25 we get something else. just for like an extra bit of motivation to be like, yeah, if you log in every day, we'll give you this at 25, and if you keep logging in, we'll give you this at 50. I think putting more, I guess, stuff like that would be cool. More login. I think the login bonus system could be revamped as well, just as a whole. I think there should be more stuff you get when you log in. Not even just talking about like quartz and tickets, which obviously we all want a shit ton of, you know. Just more stuff in general. Like getting two 5-star EXP cards every other day and then one every other day. It's like, okay, that ain't shit, big dog. Like, I'm gonna need a little bit more than just 2. Just a little bit more. Found it. The duration from August 4 until December 31st spans 150 days. That's limiting the possible maximum amount of rolls that count. Well, fuck me sideways. Okay. I'm gonna miss it. I'm gonna miss getting random 5 stars and random CEs, Lostbelt CEs. That sucks. They should. Why wouldn't they just make that like permanent? I don't understand. Because most rational people, I should say, like that adjective is 100% necessary. Most rational people are not rolling story gacha. Most people aren't. So giving us a daily summon that we could use for free on the story summon, honestly, that's dope. That's cool. I pulled a black grail from the daily summon. That's it. I mean, that's still pretty good, to be honest. It's still pretty good. That's honestly a really good point. Yeah, man. Absolutely. Revamp the login. I mean, again, there's a lot of things they need to revamp. Because I think I got a comment the other day that they said... Because I made a whole ass video about the future of FGO, what to expect, what you guys want to see in the future of FGO. And I got a comment the other day saying that they have stated, I don't know how true this is, but they have stated that next year is going to be used as like a maintenance period, as a maintenance year. So we're not going to get like a shit ton of new content. I hope we get at least one new event or one event every month. I would say rerun event, but I feel like the incentive to play reruns is very low just because all the free service, all the welfares, you could pretty much get for free from the evocation shop. But I'm hoping for at least like a Grail Front every other month, a Tower event every other month. Maybe they cycle between the two. But I guess my point was, since it's a maintenance year next year, they should definitely dedicate that time to like updating the UI, updating the code, maybe brainstorming new ideas for the future for the game. I think that would be cool. They gotta do that. Was chatting with some people on Reddit. One dude wanted a completely free battle pass that we can grind. I don't know if I want that or not, to be honest. If it's free, I guess that's fine, because I know there's some games where like you could pay like a subscription kinda, where like you get more bonuses with your login and whatnot. I wouldn't want that for FGO. I mean, if they were smart, they would probably implement it just to get more money out of us. But if it's a free battle pass, I guess I wouldn't mind. I guess. As long as it doesn't require me to spend more money. Or maybe like there's a free version, but then there's like a paid version. If you pay like $10.99 a month, you get these extra rewards as well. I don't know. Ooh, I didn't mean to do that. Maybe adding into login bonus when you log. Yeah, that's pretty much it. More stuff to look forward to in the week. Maybe put the free summon like you get a free summon every 7 days. Like, okay, if they're gonna take out the daily free summon, okay, whatever, I guess. But maybe make it so like if you log in for 7 days straight, you get a free fucking summon. I think that would be cool too. I like how easy daily in FGO is, but then again, more objective is kind of decent, I think. But I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. That sounds like a normal battle pass. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm like, I don't want to pay for that. Because again, I know a lot of games do that, which is fine. They could do that. There's certain practices I wouldn't want other that from other gacha games that I wouldn't want in FGO for sure. Like, I think one of the things that kind of irks me, because people complain about FGO's UI, its menu, how it looks outdated and whatnot. One of the things I really appreciate about FGO, and I don't mean to glaze it, but at the end of the day, it's the only gacha game I really play. One of the things I appreciate about FGO, maybe you guys have differing opinions, is you're not bombarded by advertisements. You're not bombarded by, oh, buy this amount of quartz for 50% off for this given campaign. Oh, here's a battle pass that you could buy for $10.99. Yours is about to expire in 2 days. Do you want to renew it? I feel like there's so many gacha games because I don't play them, but I've seen like their UI every now and then, like their menu screen, and I just see like at the top right or top left or something like different advertisements, and I'm just like, I'm kind of glad FGO is not like that. I'm glad when I log in, it's not just I'm bombarded with like fucking ads or like things to tempt me to whale. Like the only things that tempt me to whale are the characters. That's the only thing I want to tempt me to whale. Otherwise, I don't want to be like, oh man, there's a 50% discount on quartz right now. Should I take advantage? Should I do that? No, I think they should do more sales for sure. I mean, they're doing one right now, if I'm not mistaken. But I'm glad it's just like not in your face about it. It looks disgusting. And again, I don't mean to glaze FGO or put other gacha games down. I don't like the way it looks. I don't want it all up in my face. Like, say what you want about FGO's UI, but at least I don't have to look at an advertisement every like 2 seconds. Hey, listen, exactly, bro. It's like, I don't know if anybody watches WWE, but like over the past year or so, because WWE is under new management, they made it so like there's advertisements on the tables, there's advertisements on the side of the ring, which they've already been doing the side of the ring, but now there's advertisements on the ring itself, on the ring apron. So I feel like a lot of gacha games are like that, where it's just advertisements everywhere, and I'm just like, nah, I'm good. I'm okay. I get they're trying to make their money. I get it. I understand, but at least like put it like exclusive in the shop area. You don't gotta put it in the main menu screen. Daily login rewards should scale based on how far you are in the main story quest. Maybe that would incentivize players to catch up to the story, I guess. Yeah, I could get behind that general idea. The further you are in the game, the better your login stuff is, I guess. Maybe, yeah. Again, that would incentivize players to catch up, so. But I'm obviously biased since I'm not a new player, and I would just automatically get all the good stuff like that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that's exactly what I just said. Like obviously I'm caught up with the story, so I'm okay with it. But I could see a new player like being like, "Oh, hell no, bro." But I don't know. I mean, definitely don't like for new players, don't make it so like they don't get anything when they log in. Yeah, that is one of the issues with FGO. And I think Fate as a whole it has this issue where the likelihood of getting into it is already pretty low. Like, for example, if you want to get into Fate, if I'm a casual anime fan, I don't play visual novels, I don't play light novels, I might read a manga here and then, but my main thing is anime. I just like watching anime because, again, I'm a casual anime fan. If I'm a casual anime fan, and if I want to get into, oh man, Fate Unlimited Blade Works looks crazy, and I really want to get into it, and if I talk, and let's say I'm talking to a Fate veteran or a Fate fan, like what would you recommend to get into Fate? Like, a lot of diehard Fate fans would be like, oh yeah, you see this visual novel from the early 2000s? Yeah, that one, you're gonna have to buy it and download it and read it. Like, that alone is already gonna scare off most people who's trying to get into Fate. Because again, as a casual fan, most fans aren't gonna want to play a visual novel from the early 2000s. But then the next best thing would be like, okay, if you really want to get into Fate but you don't want to play the visual novel, I would say start with the 2006 Dean anime. You can do that, but then notoriously the animation isn't that great. And if you're a casual anime fan, you're most likely in it just to see cool fight scenes and whatnot. They're not gonna want to watch that either. So again, I feel like FGO is much the same way, where like it's at this point we're at a stage of the game where it's very hard for new players to get into it because it's so deep into this main story. We're so deep into the lore. We're so deep into like the lifespan of the game that I could see a new player getting scared off by everything else. Like there's so much going on. It's like I don't know what's going on. It's not beginner friendly, I guess. I started from Fate Zero to Stay Night and the rest. See, a lot of people with a lot of like die-hard, like super duper elitist conservative Fate fans would throw rocks at you for that. Because I started with Fate Zero too. And it's always like, oh, you started with Fate Zero? Why did you do that? That you should start with the order of release. You should start with the visual. It's like, bro, like, come on. Like, I ain't trying to do all that, fam. I ain't trying to do all that. 1,000 quartz plus 2 SSR welfare is a pretty big incentive if you ask me. For what? Oh, for catching up to the story? I mean, you can't do that anymore, right? Didn't they make it so that 1,000 quartz is like for only a limited time? Isn't it ending like relatively soon, or has it already ended? MC, look at COD. It's like a free to play, but you pay $70 for ads. You can lock it in the internet. How we have good in FGO. Yeah, no, I know COD's like a lot of games, and even just mobile games, are really bad with like microtransactions and like just advertising different shit you could buy for the game, which is unfortunate. Like one of my favorite series ever is Monster Hunter, for example. If you played like the early Monster Hunter games, from like the first Monster Hunter all the way to like the 3DS games, I think, up until World, all the DLC content, all the add-on content, all the extra quests, all the cosmetics, they were all free. All you had to do was download it or play the quests in which you could get them. Nowadays, there are a lot of, ever since World, they've made it so like there's some cosmetics and certain things that you could only get if you buy it from the Steam shop or the PlayStation store or whatever. So I think that's just the evolution of gaming, just in general. I don't mean to get into like a super deep conversation because I'm not the biggest gamer, like, to be honest, but like even I could see it, where like a lot of companies, a lot of devs are leaning towards that route where, yes, you could buy this game and play the game as is, but there's a lot of content that you're going to want and a lot of content you're going to miss out on unless you spend X amount of dollars or X amount of money. Which some stuff makes sense, like if it's like a full-on expansion of the game, like what they did with World, with Monster Hunter World, with Iceborne. That one makes sense because that was like a full-blown new game. But some stuff nowadays, like cosmetics, like the fact you gotta pay for it, it's kind of crazy. Here's my answer to them. Yeah, no. World is when they took on an MMO route with big expansions, yeah. And World, it was their most successful, like Capcom, their most successful Monster Hunter game, one of their most successful games. If I'm not mistaken, I think it's like their #1 sold game, just like in general, Capcom, which is crazy to think about. So in a way, it put Monster Hunter on the map, but it also took a little bit away of the charm of Monster Hunter. So it's both a, you know, it's a double-edged sword. It's a double-edged sword. I personally don't care about the microtransactions that much, but some people, like, that's a hit or miss for a lot of people. That is a very bad thing. The 2 magical word to chant whenever something displeases you. Cool. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, okay, that's a good topic, by the way, Matt Brain. What gacha game, in your opinion, has the worst login rewards? I'm talking if I logged in for a week straight, and if I looked at what I got versus other gacha games, like which game literally has the worst? Because I think FGO, even without playing other gacha games, it's not that great. But again, I don't play other gacha games, so maybe low-key FGO might be one of the better ones out there. Because Madbrain, you just said Blue Archive's daily login is garbage, so it's either that or Resident Evil. Yeah, for sure. But I do remember, I distinctly remember, unless one of the new Resident Evils surpassed it, I distinctly remember Monster Hunter World being their most sold game of all time. I'm almost certain of that. Genshin Hoyoverse has the worst. Really? Because for Fate, what, we get like 4 quartz a week, 1 ticket. Is it like 4 or is it 5? I actually don't know on the top of my head. We get like 4 quartz or something, barely enough for a single shot, and then a ticket. So we get like 2 single shots a week, plus some EXP here and there. So so give me a perspective of like how that looks like in other games. Like how many rolls do you get per week? Blue Archive and Hoyoverse don't do login rewards? Wait, what? What do they do then? What do you mean they don't do login rewards? So like, what do you get for logging in? It's nothing? You just get a fucking, hey, welcome to the game type shit? In Persona Phantom X, you don't even get their equivalent to quartz, I think. That's crazy. Well, okay, I guess FGO isn't that bad in the grand scheme of things. I mean, it definitely could be improved, not saying it can't be improved. But in terms of login rewards, yeah, no, for sure. I guess it's not the worst in terms of that. Oh, you need to do dailies to get... Oh. So you log in to refresh the dailies, and then you gotta, like, what? Do this quest a couple times, fight this type of enemies a couple... Oh, okay, Shutan. Bond 13, I will take that. Bond 13. Thank you for the quartz. You're my girl, Shutan. I'm level 190 now. But logging in is usually one of the daily missions. Dailies we still have to run around to do. Yeah, I heard like it's very like the daily. Again, I never played, but my girlfriend played it. I know a couple people who played it. Apparently, the dailies could get very redundant and like, you know, I guess boring. Which again, FGO is all about farming, so it's not like I'm one to talk. I'm not saying FGO is better or more fun. I'm definitely not saying that. Because I can't say that because I didn't play the other gacha games, but I'm just going off of what I heard. Oh shit. I guess I'm gonna bring you. By making dailies in Hoyo games, you don't even get 1 pull. You'll have to do dailies for 3 days to get 1. What? Okay, on average, I mean, put this into perspective. Because technically, we have dailies in Fate. You do 3 quests a day, you get mana prisms. It's not a lot, but like, just that's our form of dailies. That doing 3 quests takes maybe 3 minutes at most, depending on what quest you're doing. It could take 3 minutes. For an average Hoyoverse daily, how long does it take you to complete? Just put things into perspective. Because if it takes like 2 seconds, it's like, okay. I mean, that's might as well be a login. But if it takes like 30 minutes, then I'm just like, all right, well, that's kind of a lot. $5 to $15 anything for anything not Zenless. So Zenless is shorter or longer? Okay, so moving on. I definitely gotta stop streaming soon because I'm coughing like a bitch right now. Who should I bring? Who should I bring? The Shuten's already bounded to 13. I guess... I guess Solomon, fuck it. By the way, Solomon's the only one with a bond 10 line, which is kind of ridiculous. More servants should have bond 10 lines. I think I'll keep going until Yui Shosetsu is bond 11. And then I'll probably end the stream, wind down the stream there. You need to stay hydrated after, what, 4 hours? I know. But I feel like I'm on a roll. We're having a good discussion here. If I remember when I played Genshin, it took me an average of 30 minutes. Really? Well, Alex says 5 to 15 minutes, so I'm gonna meet you in the middle. Probably like 15 minutes on average to do dailies. It doesn't help Genshin and ZZD. Daily objectives tend to change, and that affects a bit on how fast. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I said on average, because I'm sure some dailies are easier to do than others. But okay, fair enough. In Xandos, any character can be good if given enough love and whatnot. I mean, the same thing could be said about FGO for the most part. For the most part. I mean, there's some characters that are just dog no matter what. Shout out to my Jekyll and Hyde fans, but for the most part, you can make any servant work. I mean, even Jekyll and Hyde, if you look up Jekyll and Hyde challenge quest stuff, like he has performed here and there, but it really depends on the quest. And that's a good thing about FGO. Like, one of the things I dread if they ever do an FGO 2. One of the things I dread and I absolutely fucking hate about a lot of other gacha games, and again, I'm not saying FGO is the greatest gacha game on God's green earth. I'm just naming different aspects and different things that I like and dislike and hate and love and stuff. But one of the things I hate about a lot of other gacha games is the fact that there's a separate banner for equipment, or a separate, or in this case, let's say craft essences. Fuck that. I don't like that. Like, I kinda get it. Because if you just care about the characters, then like, whatever. But if you really care about like making a character perform well, or like meeting their highest potential or whatnot, you gotta roll in a separate banner for equipment. I'm just like, oh, fuck that. Fuck that. I am good. I am good. I am definitely not looking forward to that if I were to ever play another gacha game, for sure. And I hope to God if FGO 2 ever happens, they don't go that route. I saw a guy made Phantom of the Opera grand. Shit, I'm sure every servant has been granted. I wonder if there's a single servant out there that nobody has granted. I doubt that's the case, because I'm sure there are certain servants that people grant just for the meme of it. But I'm really curious if like there's actually a character. I wish I had like access to those statistics. I wish I had access to that, because I would love to see who's like the least granted and who, if there's a servant that's not granted at all. Yeah, I appreciate CEs aren't integral to sir. See, yeah, that's where it definitely loses me. Like, okay, if they want to keep equipment in a separate banner, then you know what? Whatever. But if you need a specific equipment to make a character work, that's when you lose me. Because at least in FGO, yes, most of us are like Black Grail and Kaleidoscope. Those two are like meta as fuck. There's some other CEs here and there, but for the most part, Black Grail or Kaleidoscope, or any of the other CEs that do what they do, but just slightly different. But if you really just want to play the game casually, you don't need those CEs. You could literally run no CEs a lot of times. Plus, they give you a lot of CEs from all these different events that are perfectly fine. Some of the best CEs are free. Not even bad gacha. I would argue most of the bad CEs are in the gacha. Or most of the CEs that are not that good are in the gacha. But then again, the best CEs like the background Kaleidoscope are in the gacha, so it's like, you know, a balance, I guess. Least girl, probably Jekyll and Hyde. I don't know. There's a good amount of Jekyll and Hyde fans. There's a good amount of Jekyll and Hyde fans. To be honest, for anyone looking to get into the Hoyoverse games, just play Zenless. It's like the only nice and kind one out of their games. Alright. Duly noted. In Honkai Star Rail, they want you to have units at MP2 with 5-star CEs and limited teams. That's insane. ZZ is least bad of all Hoyo games, but I would still pick Wuwa over it because quality-wise, didn't Wuwa? Oh no. Uma Musume is the one that won Mobile Game of the Year, right? From the recent Game Awards, which I don't really give a fuck about because like it's a popularity contest at the end of the day. But I think Wuwa won last year. I think. I will say, just cosmetically, just like looking at the aesthetics of like Wuwa, for example, the characters look good, but isn't there like a literal copy and paste of Ishtar? Is that the one that has like the Ishtar copy and paste? Like, it was one thing to see like My Day in like Honkai. I think it was Honkai, or was it Genshin? I think it was Honkai. but seeing that Ishtar clone from Wuwa was like, bro, like you couldn't get more obvious. Like this, literally the same fucking character. At least from a design standpoint, like literally the same kind of weapon, the same hairstyle, the same color palette for the most part. Wuwa got player choice. Okay. Okay. I knew it won something. I just, you know, again, I don't really care about these game rewards anyway. For the most part. I only watch them for like the trailers and shit. Yeah, they do have an Ishtar. Yeah, I forget her name. Was it Ayuno or some shit? And I'm just like, that's literally just Ishtar. Quite literally just Ishtar. I was giggling when I saw My Day for the first time. Yeah, no. It's funny. I mean, it's fine to take inspiration. I'm not saying, you know, they can't take inspiration. It's just funny. Like, they're so on the nose with it. Like, it's not like just like one or two aspects. It's literally like Ishtar with a slightly more blue tint. And her bow is like more circular, and that's it. That's like the only differences. I know someone said the animations are different, which I mean, they're definitely going to be different. They better be different, but still, just design standpoint, it like, come on now. It's like literally copy and paste. Yeah, no, it's cool to do like a shout out or something, but I think there's like a difference for me at least to do like a shout out or like a reference or like an homage to something versus like clearly like it's the you took a lot of inspiration, like way too much inspiration. from and for all I know, maybe they didn't. It's just coincidental, but I don't know. It's a bit too on the nose for me. Game Awards just kind of sucks and are a joke to me, like movie awards. Yeah, I generally don't care. Like stuff like anime of the year and stuff like that. I generally don't care about because a lot of times they're a popularity contest. It's usually what's more popular is what gets the most votes. And I guess that's like, I don't know if that's the best system to do these awards with, versus like maybe like a small team of quote unquote experts analyzing each game or anime or whatever award it is. But generally speaking, I just don't give a fuck. It's like it's a popularity contest, who cares? Can I copy your homework type meme? Yeah, I know. Ozzy cloning Genshin, is it that what the fuck is his name? I know who you're talking about. He looks like Ozzy, but he has like light skin, and apparently his whole character is that he's poor or something. I'm not sure. So he's like literally a poorer version of Ozzy. I forget who you're talking about though, but I mean they look similar, but it's like not as on the nose, and it's like, you know, yeah, Zhongli, yeah, exactly. Like, I mean the only similarity they have to each other is like the hairstyle. Otherwise they're very different. So I'll give them that pass. It's like not that similar. Oh god, I already got enough EXP cards. Who should I level 100? Do I have Grails? I think I have Grails. Yeah, I have Grails. Who should I 100? While I'm here. Who should I 100 that I actually like? I actually don't know. Kama, I only have her NP1 and I honestly don't use her that much. Zhongli's Genshin, Ozzy. Yeah, attitude's way different. Yeah, I feel like their personalities are way different. I don't really want any, like, is there anyone I want to grail? You know what? I'm just gonna buy the expansion for the inventory. I don't think I have it. She was a big W in Ordeal Call 1. Yeah, me and my girlfriend recently finished reading it finally. And yes, she was indeed MVP for Ordeal Call 1. Oh fuck, I am not gonna, never mind. I am not doing that. I am not doing that. I am definitely not doing that. Fuck, who am I grailing then? Who's a character I really like and I glaze, but for some reason it's not 100. You guys want to see something crazy? as good as Space Arishigal is, I got her NP2, and she's only bond 1. I should probably use her more often. She's really good. Like, actually really good. But I only have her bond 1. Like, I know this is crazy. I'm about to embarrass myself. So this is one of the things that is like very sus. Having her at bond 1. I think it's same thing with Phantasma. I think she's bond 0. Okay. Just to put into perspective, I think actually CL is like bond 7, so pretty respectable. One of the craziest things, which I'm just doing for the sake of doing it at this point, I don't even have Mashu fully foed. I don't have her fully foed, and this is my main account. This ain't even my side account. I have her bond 15, level 90, 10 all skills, and she's still not fully foed. I don't know why. I went so long without doing it that I'm just like, all right, fuck it. One day I will. One day I will. How could you do my girl that dirty? I'm sorry. I apologize. Genuinely. Okay, I'll probably just grail to 100. I haven't sorted by level. I already have a Yori at 100. Damn, I really don't know. I think I'll just burn EXP, fuck it. I know I spent a long time debating that, but I really don't know who to level up. You are sentenced to no guild glazing for 1 day. I don't think you could do that. Or I don't think I can do that. Even if you had the authority to put that over me, I don't think I could personally do that. I probably glaze him on the daily. My room, like literally 90% of my room is like Gilgamesh shit. Oh wait, I have a bunch of servants to burn. Okay. Okay. We'll just burn them real quick, like make sure I'm not burning anyone limited or anything like that. Okay, when I bond 11 Yui, I'll stop the stream. So if you guys have any last minute things you want to say, hey, let it rip, buddy. I think I did this quest 25 times, and then the Berserker one 65 times. So a total of 90. Maybe I should just keep going to 100. So 100 in total. I'm already right there. Then Yui's already pretty close. Yeah. Okay, we'll see how we are. Oh, the dub from my day. You love it? Okay. Dude, I remember we had a conversation. This was way back in the day. I don't know if you remember this, Hein, but like the idea of like a dub option, like an English dub option for FGO. Obviously, we're so deep in, it's probably never gonna happen. But just thinking about it, I'm just like, you know what? I think back in the day, I wouldn't be open to it, but I think I would be open to it just to see, like, how fucked it could get. Like, how funny it could get at this point. Because there's certain characters I'm just like, how would they dub that? I think at the time I was like, yeah, Shuten, I don't know. But they have dubbed Shuten, though. They have dubbed Shuten in Grand Carnival, I think. And her voice is actually not that bad there, so I'm sure it could be done. I don't know how it'd feel if they were to do an FGO too and like add an English option. That would be interesting. That was a dream for the global version. Yeah, I know. Are you gonna stream more in the following days or won't till New York stream? I usually stream on my birthday, December 28th, just because like I like to do all the family and friend get-together thing during the day and then stream at night. So I'm probably gonna stream at like 8 p.m., 9 p.m. PST during December 28th during my birthday. Otherwise, yeah, probably the next like 100% gonna do stream is gonna be on New Year's. At the very least, maybe I'll do another raid stream. Let's say the raids are still going on in 2 days. I think I'll probably do it when it's close to ending. So I really like around 2 to 3 days from now. That way I could experience the epilogue with you guys. Granted, I can't show the cutscenes still, so I'll just full screen and just like, you know, read it off camera along with you guys, I guess. We'll see. They even did the thing where the characters that shared the same VA and JP did so in English too. Yeah, I think for Shuten in particular, Shuten is voiced by Aoyuki in JP. I don't remember the... Actually, wait, I'm just gonna Google it just because I want to show proper respect. English voice. Yeah, Amy Lowe, or Emmy Lowe. I think that's how you pronounce it, Emmy Lowe. So the beautiful thing about Shuten being voiced by Aoyuki in the English, or not English, Japanese, and then being voiced by Amy Lowe in English is that they typically voice the same characters. So like Mao Mao from Apothecary Diaries is voiced by Aoyuki and also voiced by Amy Lowe. Lucy from Cyberpunk Edge Runners is voiced by Aoyuki, but then also voiced by Amy Lowe. So I like how they do that. I wish more there was more opportunities to do that, to where like there's one designated Japanese voice actor that's always associated with this English voice actor. Obviously that's very difficult to do, and like not every character will be able to overlap with both voices, but I think that would be cool. That'd be... I think it's cool that they did that with a lot of Aoyuki characters. It would have been funny if Lapu Lapu has a playable servant and it has class advantage against the Magellan tree. That is like super Filipino. Still waiting on a Filipino servant until this day, bro. Still waiting. Gotta go have fun. Alright, see you later. I'm probably gonna stop streaming soon as well. And what's crazier with Amy Lowe and Aoyuki, they actually kind of look alike too. So that's kind of weird how they found the perfect casting for Aoyuki characters, which is, you know, pretty cool. Pretty cool. Although things really got into context once you know Gyako's saying from Olga's POV. Oh yeah, I saw the translation. It's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. My boss almost caught me watching. I just realized what Matt Brain said. And playing games instead of working. That's crazy. Alright, Matt Brain, I know you're probably gone at this point, but I appreciate you for watching. I will be stopping streaming soon anyway, so thank you guys for hanging out. I mean, this was one of my longer streams as of recently. Usually my streams only last maybe an hour or 2 hours at best, but this was a fun little 4 hour of power. So I did not mean to bring King Asana. I saw the CEs and I was like, fuck it. Alright, that was a waste of AP. No, there's no way. No, I need Coin Sky for sure. Yeah, definitely. If I do stream again in the next couple days, it's to end the raid. Like, I'll keep an eye on the raid, see how close we are to finishing it. Which I'm giving it like 2 days based on the rate we're going at. Like 2 to 3 days. And then I'll probably stream the epilogue right when it comes out. That way, even though I can't show it on the stream, I'm hoping that people who play JP are able to play it on camera, and then we're able to like sync it up and like experiencing it together kind of thing. Otherwise, it's going to be more like a reaction stream where I'm just kind of looking at the camera. Because again, I can't show it to you guys for embargo reasons. The Lazangle and Aniplex made it pretty clear that they don't want any spoilers from any content creators or social media influencers or whatever. Granted, I'm not that big in the end of the day, but still, I just kind of want to respect that. Even though people earlier were telling me that there were streamers literally showing the cutscenes, translating it, and everything, which I'm just like, all right, you guys have hella balls. Hella balls. I cannot do that. Yeah, I wanna just stick to the rules. Because I am a good little Asian boy, you feel me? Good little Asian boy. Rev up those pog faces, yeah, for when we beat Marisbury's ass, yeah. Waiting for Filipino Servant and Guan Yu since the early days. Yeah, at this point, the only one I'm waiting for is really just Protogil. As far as somebody who I wanted since the beginning of FGO. Like, there's like, I'm not the most cultured, so I really don't know who else I would want. But I guess outside of Protogil, I'm trying to think. I mean, just generally speaking, I'd like to see a Filipino servant because selfishly I'm Filipino, and it'd just be funny just to see one. And see like the Filipinos going crazy for it. But yeah. Okay, almost to bond 11 with Yui Shousetsu. Just finished my Grand Archer stuff. Damn. Gotta get on these raids, my man. Gotta get on these raids. Make sure you get your licks in, because once these raids are gone, it's over. Gender bent Jose Rizal is crazy. He's like arguably, like, when I lived over in the Philippines, he was arguably like the most iconic, like, at least as of recently, one of the most iconic historical figures. He was basically, if I'm not mistaken, he was basically the Martin Luther King of Filipinos. So he's a pretty big deal. So if they were to gender bend him, that would be kind of crazy. Female guild savior class, honestly, I'll take that. Make him any class or make her any class. I'm with it. I'm with it. We already got Josie Rizal in Tekken. That's true. That's true. Clearly a reference to the one of the heroes of Filipino culture and history. Okay, I think after this battle will be the last battle before Yui is bonded. I still need a Grand Rider. Wow, really? Who are you thinking about? Or do you just like have no rider you like? Like, is there anybody that's like, I'm kind of thinking about you? I'm trying to think for you, cause like, I don't know. Yeah, I can't think of a rider that you might have that you really like. Isn't I thought you really like, what's her name? Creamhild, right? She's a summer. The summer one is a rider, right? Am I smoking crack? I think she's a. I'm just making sure because I don't want to. I don't want to look like a schmuck. Yeah, she's a rider. I thought you really like her. Why don't you just grand her at that point, or are you just dreading the fight? Is the fight just like you don't want to do it? Yeah, Summer Creamhild is amazing. Plus, she's really good for the fight, all things considered. I remember using her like a support Granded Creamhild for the Noah fight. She's really, really good for that fight. In between Summer Creamhild or Odysseus. Ooh. I mean, just based on these raids, granted, like, the raids are probably gonna be over by the time like you decide who you get a grand, but I think Creamhild would be better for like the raids, and I think she would actually, like, just based on what I just said, she's better for the grand duel itself. But I mean, Odysseus is a solid farming servant, so like, I mean, you can't go wrong with either, I guess. Both I have issues of not enough materials to get skills to 10. Really? Oh, well, that's kind of an issue, I suppose. That's a kind of an issue. Alright. Okay, so this will be the bond 11 Yui Shousetsu. Yeah, there you go. So bond 11, 30 quartz. I think we bonded with like 4 servants today. So we got 120 quartz in this stream alone. Granted, we've been streaming for 4 hours, just min-turning most of these. Some of these trees gave us problems, but otherwise, we are done farming for the night. At least on stream. I'm probably gonna do a couple more on the bed as I fall asleep. But that's pretty much it. Thank you guys for hanging out, for talking to me, for shooting the shit with the homie. Again, my next, like, for sure stream is on my birthday, December 28th. Around 8 to 9 p.m. PST. And then the next, for sure, 100% gonna happen stream is on New Year's, where I'll be streaming not just NA but JP. Both of them will be in separate streams because it's usually like 12 hours apart. But yeah, I'm thinking to waste a few quartz for. It's not a waste. She's actually a pretty good servant. So good luck to you guys. Who's gonna be rolling? I don't know why I'm ending it with Francis Drake. Is there a better servant to end it with from a visual standpoint? No offense to Francis Drake, but you know, is team out here for? Okay, Lilith. Lilith is great. I'll see you guys in the next one, whatever that will be, and good luck on the raids. Happy farming, good luck in the gacha rolls, happy holidays, all that good shit, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Yeet. Bye bye. Hit that like button on the way out.